Good morning, this is You the Scuffed coming at you live with Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice, Chapter 3. This is going to be the last stream before the break, so the hopes is that we can get through the end of this. Now, whether or not we can get through the end of this is almost entirely dependent on how much there is left. I suspect that there is just one day left, one section of investigation, one session of the trial, because I really can't see how it would be any longer than that. Yeah. We'll get into the theory once we have access to our court record. Or rather, I suppose we should just get into the game so I can access my court record and start talking about my theory from last time, because it was a little bit off. Wasn't too wrong, though. So our initial theory was that the guy with the beard was a spy who was supposed to connect with this prisoner, but we now know that he is the prisoner, and I'm pretty certain that the game is serious about that. In which case, we need to slightly rework this. So, there's a new dead body. It is, without a doubt, Pere Zealot, or at least the guy who looked like Pere Zealot. Whether or not it is him will probably come down to the tattoos, because I imagine... Oh, how interesting. Anon Inmit is no longer here. But anyway, so the guy with the beard and the hair, he has tattoos under there. We know that. And that's going to come up to prove whether or not the body of Zealot is actually a Zealot or the prisoner or whatever. We don't know exactly how it's going to go because we haven't gotten to it yet. But that's how that is. We probably will not see Belieb on the stand. I think she's done for now. Unless... Oh, I suppose it could bring her in case it is Pere is dead, but I highly doubt. Actually, she's the only one we have right now. Okay, we'll probably pick up a new witness then, and then we'll have her and the new witness. Got it. As for the relevant information we still have, I know we haven't had our inventory cleared out yet, but I just want to go ahead and see the things that we don't think are going to get cleared out. Actually... Okay, well, yeah, we still need to do the Plum Punisher strap. Which means... Oh! The insight. That's what this is for. This is for the next insight. Someone's going to hear probably this. Or at least they're going to hear a theme song. In which case, this could be used to prove it. But what else? What's all the other stuff for? I suppose we are just going to have to get into it to find out, huh? Because at this point, we don't have any... Yeah, this is a new murder entirely. This is the first for us, isn't it? I suppose not really, because we had the two different trials in the, like, SeaWorld chapter, but that was still the same set. Okay, well, let's just go into it, yeah? We do have quite a bit of time, so we don't need to rush. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty on all charges. Yep, still not screaming. I feel like I say that every time I have to scream for this game. But I really can't right now. Mr. Wright? Albie, I saw the whole trial. What's gonna happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now... Oh, I wonder if the second half is where Maya's going to reveal her power. I wouldn't be surprised if it was what kept until the end. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmati. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Oh, I forgot about that. That was actually a useful recap for once. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Oh, let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. How old is Albie compared to Maya in the first game? He's 9. Okay, well, he's Pearl's age in the first game about. Maybe 1 year less? It wouldn't be the first to have a young investigator like this. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Oh, hello, Rafa. Have we finally knocked you down enough pegs for you to talk to us honestly? Isn't that... your benevolence? Oh, lost in thought. Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murder under the Defense Culpability Act. I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you, and had to leave the job to the others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. Yes. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! I wonder if she's starting to regret all the previous insights she's given, since there could have been instances like that among those. That is the most likely answer, and I hope it is. All I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Oh, okay, so there's two ways this can go. We either remind her that she has a chance to defeat us in the next trial, or we're going to use that possibility in order to get her to let us defend Maya in the next trial, instead of being, like, immediately executed. Your benevolence? Oh, Barbed Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Go on, Phoenix. Remind her of her dedication to her people. That'll do it. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate? Like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed Head. Yes. I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That's the angle you're taking? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That is the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today, I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to the prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But, your benevolence... It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Oh yes, let's see, what information are we going to get rid of? Let's take a quick look at this. Exactly 2 pages. That's a set. That's a part of it as well. Okay, let's see what goes away. Albie, would you mind holding on to some of the evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Yep, unnecessary evidence unloaded. Can't check it yet because there's animation playing. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. Ooh, oh wow, they really reduced it a lot. A whole page gone. That's a lot more than I was expecting. I was expecting just like the letter set to go. Huh. Guess we're getting a lot of evidence in this next investigation then. Well, at least enough to fill up a half a page. Now then. The scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Yes, let's go. Oh, you know, I wonder if they don't have the 3-day rule here on the trials here. So I wonder if we're even going to be limited to 3 days. I mean, that's what we've had so far, but the reason we're on... I don't even see why they would extend it to 3 days. I mean, it would take some serious effort to convince the judge to let us go for even 1 day extra. Huh. I mean, we had to have a 3-day trial at some point. I feel like the game would be too short if that was the case, unless they throw on an extra chapter at the end. We'll just have to see. Oh, yep, it was Acolyte... The Acolyte who died. Preya Enemy? Is that his name? Pray Zealot. Okay, got it. Not Enemy. Enemy's the other guy. Okay. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here. A place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers. Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? Huh? There's something different about the prayer flags today. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that over on the right side. As the High Priest's disciple, the Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the High Priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this how? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey! Oh, who is this? I say Emma. Hey, Mr. Wright! Yep, that's her. Is this the voice I gave her? I don't remember. Emma! It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess. You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You're just doing your job. And if I had just done mine... Mr. Wright... But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly. I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. Yes. I suppose I should talk to her first, but I also kind of want to investigate this. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence, what does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude. But if you must know... It says, at the usual spot, bring Grub, the keys too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I have ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Well, yeah, it's tied up a different way. It's obviously meant to stand out. Let's check out the flowers now. So, these flowers are left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot? What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Oh, okay. Interesting. Why is that? What would that be used for? Maybe someone else will have some? Suppose that's the only reason it could be there. Unless we're gonna get really into the nitpicking details as far as the motives are concerned. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that it would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. Oh yeah, I wonder where he was stabbed. If he was stabbed in the back, there definitely would not be blood on the ground. Especially considering how cold he probably was. Let's see. How about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Perez Zealot. He was the High Priestess disciple. Ugh, my words. His body was discovered around noon today, or right after the rite wrapped up. So, during the High Priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently, he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, it barely lasted a few minutes. Oh, yep, right in the back. And this is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Now, this is interesting. So, before we saw that there was no blood, I was initially thinking that maybe he was, like, crouched over his dagger the whole time, and he was, like, dead from the beginning. But evidently not. Also, that tattoo is probably going to be pretty important. Considering that we now have two things that we can use to identify someone's body, I wonder how it's going to play in. I mean, we still kind of know, but not really. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer. And when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Alright. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the High Priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. Wait, and no one noticed? Were the police walking past this guy with a knife in his back of his neck the whole time? Or was the knife not the thing that killed him? Yeah, we don't have an autopsy report, so the knife probably did not kill him. At least not in the back of the neck. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the High Priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the High Priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was thrust into his upper back. Wait, then how did no one see it this whole time? Here's the autopsy report. Yeah, I need to read that. See if he has any other wounds. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? Hold on, Raifa. Yeah, no other injuries noted. How odd. I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. And as such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sanmati holds forensic in high regards. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death. But the most well-known method uses a change in body temperature. Oh, that's not... Don't tell me you did that, Emma. That's not reliable. Not here. Interesting. Body temperatures drop at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed Head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you're not dead yet. Of course I'm not. It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh, right. The back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Oh, is that what it was? He was wearing a scarf. Oh, I suppose that could have hidden it, yes. Makes sense for the police not to see it, then. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your own choice, but the fact remains that there were no witnesses. However, there was one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. Ah. That dagger. Could you tell me more about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbat dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. I suppose we'll just have to go look around in like the bazaar and stuff. Maybe Temple. See wherever that note was leading. To snag a witness. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Yes. I mean, motive... I suppose a motive is all we have to go off of right now, isn't it? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot, so why did she? So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. Why don't we just repeat those lines? The police believe that Maya is the Lady Kira figure who's been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was a disciple of the High Priest, who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. But there's no way that Maya is Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Yep. Anything else to investigate, since we didn't get any additional dialogue? Do I just have to investigate the map, perhaps? I think the map's the only other relevant thing. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose, with his head bent over like that. The last thing he must have seen was... The last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Okay. Oh, you know, I was about to say that maybe there's no insight this time because he's staring at a rug the whole time. But if the insight is entirely based off of his his sound and scent, that could be interesting. Okay, that message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning this, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to the Prosecutor Sadmati for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck. I should really pay visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. Yes. Well, let's see. Who do we have? Suppose we can go double check the Inner Sanctum. I doubt there would be anything here, but it wouldn't hurt to look around. I've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Yep, anything interesting we see this time? There is the parachute. The snow is still moved for some reason. The rock still is not relevant. The bird still missing its eyes. Huh. I think the only thing I was able to reinspect was the parachute. I can't believe Mr. Arball used this as a parachute. That reckless fool. Then again, he must have a screw loose if he counts himself among those vile rebels. I wouldn't exactly call him crazy, but he's certainly one of a kind. Okay, nothing new there. And nothing new up here either. Suppose there is nothing new to investigate, just that one extra line of dialogue? Why can't I investigate the curtain over here? Oh, it's the lantern. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. Oh, really? Is there something new to look at it? No, there's not. Huh, suppose we just leave then. Nothing here. We can check Temple Temple next, since I don't think there'll be anything. Yeah, Albi's not here. The bazaar seems like the most likely place for something to be. Oh, but it's not. Alright. How about the High Priest's house? Oh, yep, this is it. Anything new around here? No, just Maya's... Oh! That was not present before. There's a picture over on the right with the two victims, Maya, and a additional figure who I am not privy to. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed Head, you are not contemplating casting suspicion on Lady Belieb, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inmee. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Purée? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She is innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First, my dear husband, and now Purée? Mrs. Inmee, you don't really believe that Maya is a killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That's all I have right now. My faith in her. So, please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? That's right. All right, then. Your faith has moved me. I'll tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belieb? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Kurainism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. What? No mention of Trucy. Alright, well, let's start by looking at that picture that has spontaneously appeared, and then we can check the bag. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Oh, that's her, without her funeral garb. Oh! She has the wristband. Okay. Is she the one responsible for all this, then? I mean, that's what it seems to point to. She has the same face marking. But I don't think that's really relevant right now. Okay, this is interesting. Since Maya's in it, it must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inmee about it. Yeah. That is incredibly important. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no-good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is, posing with the two men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. Even if she has a tendency to steal things. Okay, can't check the bag again. I can check the trash again, but I don't really see a reason to. So let's start talking. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Pore collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he's been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the time that Maya arrived in Khura'in. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Yes, time to present that image. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little bit more about it? This photo was taken during the Yep, don't repeat that, please. The Feast of Blessings. Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it is performed, we enjoy dishes full of gingle, a herb known to strengthen the body and mind. Wow, did I mispronounce that twice? You loved gingle-based dishes I made, didn't you, dear? Gingle. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Ah, see, I knew it. We are going to have an insight based entirely on sound and sight. Not sound and sight, sound and smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Is it because of the smells too strong? A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcome the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Pore went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that it would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Pore left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that, though. Okay, this is very interesting. So, Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite? According to the newspaper... Yeah, it's covered in ice. On the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over. Pore always prayed a lot. Far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kinda intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inmee, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Well... I suppose so. We can go to the detention center, but I think we should check the bazaar one more time, just in case. Alright, still nothing. To the detention center then. Hello there, Maya. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during the trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. No, I can never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm gonna pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you. It's just... Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed until with today's verdict. Worry not for Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then, perhaps, the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait. Was that her attempt at comforting me? Barthead, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. Oh, it sounds like she has a good time to use the prosecutor's words. What is it? What does he always say? Let it go and move on. I think that's what he says. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted. And hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is it the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to naught. No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client, no matter what. Enough. There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong. You... Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? You dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Oh. Okay, so I don't think Maya's gonna, retaliate now by proving her, spiritual powers. But I do think that's a possibility. Because I was thinking, while I was voicing all this, that I don't think we're gonna get the reveal on Maya's powers right now. Because this trial does not seem to benefit from doing as such. Or at least it doesn't really. Especially since one of the people can't even, isn't going to be able to see what happened. And the other one was looking at someone wearing an outfit. So there's really no reason for her to reveal it. But I suppose if Rafa keeps prodding her enough, we could get a reveal this early. No, I don't think so. They'd had to do that later on in this chapter, I think. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No. I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. Huh. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Yes, I need to drink water. Give me 1 second. Alright, it's time to talk now. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward. Oh, you know, since we were just talking about Maya exposing her powers, maybe it's going to be exposed involuntarily, because if she really can't remember anything, and she wasn't put to sleep by some incense, which was my initial theory, then she probably did actually just channel the spirit. I don't think she killed anyone, but if she did channel a spirit, that would explain everything. Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy, and everything after that's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Well, you know, you would fit. You were the model for the Pink Princess, hero of Neo Old Tokyo. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot? We met several times during the meetings about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you two eat together the day before the rite? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know those salty noodles at Eldoon's Noodles? What? Did Maya eat at Eldoon's Noodles? When did that happen? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like the hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So, what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Inme's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Inme. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. Ah, but what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountaintop would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plumbed Punisher TV show, right? But how'd you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumbed Punisher bases here in Khura'in? Can we please stop talking about the Plumbed Punisher first show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. You know, I don't entirely doubt the hidden door theory, because the bird statue, which still for some reason has a lot of blood on it, is missing its eyes still. And the only two motivations for this whole incident I can think of are to steal the eyes, because it would be in line with the stealing the treasure from the first chapter, or helping the prisoner escape, which is more likely. But I'm just saying, hidden door seems kind of likely. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go eat dinner at Eldoon's, or your favorite burger joint. You pick. Oh, sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburger steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat the charges. Ah, I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but Why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding onto it for me? Sure. So what's this super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... oops, don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains... secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Yeah. To the house. I wonder, is the book... not the book, but the bag just going to be gone now? That's definitely one way to go. Okay, nope, it's still here. No tricks here. Hello? Anybody home? I guess not. There's no answer. Mrs. Enemy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came here for. I am watching you like a warbad, Barbed Head. You had better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. And besides, Maya's the one that steals things. Then, get on with it. If you would stop, I would if you'd stop interrupting me. Now, into the bag. Ah, here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. Ah, the Steel Samurai. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. He looks strikingly similar to the Plumbed Punisher. They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between the Plumbed Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumbed Punisher fan? But I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Now, let's see here. Ah, this must be the Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Oh, I was going to propose that we read it, so we can know the name, since it's undoubtedly going to be important, but Phoenix can't read this, I just remembered. How unfortunate. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Yes, let me take a look at this, though. Oh, Phoenix can read it. That seems inconsistent, but I'm fine with that. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must know her name. That name is Imsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. And we finally have an illustration of her that we can actually get a good look at. Yep. Okay, I don't think there's anything significant here at the moment, but there likely will be later. Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops! Oh, Phoenix, you can't be showing that to Rafa. You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh, right, this book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your benevolence, would you mind if I asked you some questions? Yeah. This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nina? Oh, does she not know? What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Very important? What's written inside? Yes. Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Um, uh, your benevolence? Patience, patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To a Kurainist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. Makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for the Kurainism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. Oh, okay, so we are getting Maya's reveal this chapter then, but where did she see Kira's true face? I wonder. I mean, does the mask count? I suppose it might. The Queen has a secret art. It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. Oh, is Phoenix gonna guess it? In Kurainism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the Queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me about it. Oh yeah, that's a smart approach. Could you tell me this secret art of the Queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry, maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Well, you know, Mia could do it. I mean, obviously Phoenix is not going to be able to, but Mia could. Third rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. But what is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body return to our world, right? Well now, it seems you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed, a spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So, even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't have any gap in time? Between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture. So, spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there have been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Kurainism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature, driven from their own land. Casp and Payne definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. So, her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous, no. It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once one of the important roles. The divination seance was once one of the important roles filled by the Queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites the people for the greater good of Khura'in. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. Oh, we're going to get an entire flip on her dynamic regarding Maya in the next chapter then? That would be nice. Or at the very least, it would be entertaining. I'm gonna ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. And it looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Yeah, Phoenix, she already said that's not an impossibility, because the queen and the priestess are forbidden from playing the role of Kira. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in another duty at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea that itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Khura'in would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate. Ah, another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him! Don't let him escape! Oh, is it Anon in me? Was that what we call him? I think I've been calling him that the whole time, but I don't remember that's his name. What is all that racket? Oh, hello, Nina. What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There was no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He is no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Whoa, wait! Okay, this seems to be the last thing in this investigation. My aching back. I forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow. I need to do some stretching and exercising more when I get back home. Mr. Wright. Hey, Albie. That's Arbol. Have you seen? Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here? I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed Head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Arbel could be lurking nearby. What sort of princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? Yeah, but isn't this prisoner like a renowned rebel who was involved in the deaths of multiple people? Wasn't that something that we talked about last time? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Well, let's take a look. Well, it looks like there is some 3D little boards over here that I could check. That's the only thing that stands out. Nothing particularly interesting here. Oh, okay. That's not it. Intriguing. Well, where would they hide then? I can't inspect under that table. and I don't think I can just leave. Do you have anything to say? No, you don't. Well, if I were to hide anywhere, I'd probably just go straight up to the Inner Sanctum, considering there'd be no one else there. But we can walk there one step at a time, just to be sure. Nope, not here. Right? I mean, we can... probably. High Priest's house? Nope. I suppose... He probably is just at the bazaar somewhere then, huh? Okay. Well, where though? Oh, oh, I'm so blind. There's a manhole cover open right here. How did I not see that? That manhole cover, it's open! Whoa! What is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? Huh, I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Arbol if he had something with the Rebel's scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I got something with Mr. Arbol's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Yeah. Whew. Well, we have quite a few things, but I'm gonna present this flag. Here, Shadow. How about this? I hope it works. I think he's picked up a scent. Oh, there he goes. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Remember the first game where we had to have a trained dog to do this? I suppose that one was also a puppy, though. Your Benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please, wait here. Wait! Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? I'm a dead lawyer walking, remember? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm going to do this to prove that Maya is innocent. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She's already been found guilty. Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You, lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Be careful. I wonder, are we actually going to have a scene down here? Or is it just going to be black screen the whole time, and then we merge somewhere else? Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here, I can't see a thing. Hey! Oh, I suppose we could have a still. Oh, wait, did Phoenix get knocked out? By someone? Oh, he did. What happened? I went down to the manhole, and then... Oh, it's a rebel base. Oh, he finally came to. Is this the same guy? It is. Okay, he's shaved. Okay. Or maybe the other one is just a body double, which is, right now, I think more likely. Anything interesting around here? Not especially. I mean, the whole thing's interesting, but nothing stands out in regards to the case. I remember that face anywhere. Yep, and that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. Does Dirk have a broken arm or something? There can be no mistake, that's him! That's Arbol! Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? I thought he was gonna kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a second. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Kurain's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer? Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Oh, you know, one of those pictures back there is in color. We probably get to look at that in a second. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Kurain. Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and don't worry about punching your lights out back there. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Taurus Inmi and his acolyte, Pere Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Actually, let's examine first. The Book of Secrets can go second. Let's do the picture first. The picture, and then the coat, and then the secret. Because I'm pretty sure that signboard is just for the law office. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. Oh, the flowers as well. I didn't even notice. And here's one that looks really old. Oh, hey, look. There's Apollo. Oh, I didn't expect to see Apollo here. Is Dirk Apollo's dad? I mean, I kind of doubt it. But it's a possibility. And then obviously there's, what's his name, Nayuta? I'm still trying to get a hang of it. Yeah, Nayuta. Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the Rebel Hunter Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. Wonder what the eye is all about. I mean, he obviously has some sort of psychic power or something. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sanmari. The Prosecutor Sanmari is Dirk's son? That he is. Yudi was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man, both as father and as a lawyer. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yep, that's why Yudi decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Kurain's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yudi was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garin one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. So, he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other kid in this photo? Oh, that's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. Oh! Oh. Well, I have no idea what that sounded like to you guys, but my voice gave out for like 2 seconds about. I mean, I'm good now. Got a drink of water. But I don't even know what happened there. That's Dirk's adopted son, but now he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arbel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Huh. Adopted son, huh? Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're not ready, but... Well, that's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. Okay, let's check out this next. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Arbol? Something wrong with the flowers? Oh, no. It's just a traditional thing here in Khura'in. Pay it no mind. Well, okay, I'll pay it no mind for now. Check out the sign for what I assume is the law office. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of sign? Yep. That was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. What about the outfit? Is that coat yours, Mr. Arbol? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Want to try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course! I bet it'll look great on you. Well, then don't mind if I do. Ah, it smells all moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. Oh, that thing's been hanging there forever. Ah, note to self. Don't trust this guy ever again. Man, that wasn't smart, Phoenix. You probably were about to put your fingerprints all over it, or rather you did. There's a ladder leading underground. You must have brought me in through here. But there's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Arbol has to say. Yes, the tome. Oh, that's not the tome. That's a new book. Is this a law book? The dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? That's right, and that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. Huh. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Oh, must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Okay, I gotta read that. He must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. Practically wore out the entire section. Yes. Let me read that. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Oh, yeah. Well, that's not much. We can check out the picture, though, since she seems to be relevant. There's a knight driven deep in the photo of the queen. I guess this rebels really hate her. Better remember to stay on their good side. Okay, nothing important. Time to actually talk to the guy. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about it. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So, when I told you it had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Okay, then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? Well, by the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So, you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember the thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie caused me? So sorry for the trouble, but it was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry for me. So the bottom line is, you were at the scene of the crime, but you weren't involved with it. Got it. Well, tell me about Dirk, though. So, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with the well-placed glare. You've got to be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in the court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Oh, there's still something to examine. Is the food really that important? There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all prepared recently. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Arbol. You guys are as big and strong as me. Got even bigger appetites, you know. But if you just fled from the police, you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry if I offended you. No, but first, let's start with an appetizer. Where's he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please, wait. I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Yep. Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison. That's all. But that High Priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. You should have tried hightailing out of Khura'in like I'm doing. Ah, there it is. Ooh, 5 of them. No, 4 of them. It's been a while, so I got it wrong. Ah, Psyche Locks. Mr. Arbol is hiding something, but I don't know exactly what until I undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Arbol? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. You know, okay, I need to comment on this new application of the Psyche Locks in this game. So when they were originally introduced in the trilogy, like the first trilogy, they existed to stop you from guessing someone's dialogue until you went somewhere else and got more evidence, in most cases, right? Other than that, it's just for dramatic effect. In this game, it seems to be almost entirely for dramatic effect, because I don't think a single time... Yeah, we haven't had to leave a Psyche Lock locked a single time so far. Which, I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. I mean, it worked in Apollo Justice, kind of, with the black lock. But if we're just doing that with everyone, especially after we've removed the stakes from it, where you could lose HP from getting it wrong, sort of feels weird. But then again, having people repeat their dialogue over and over because you don't have the right, because you get the wrong, you don't have enough evidence and then you come back with the evidence, is also kind of weird. I'm not really sure how to feel about this yet. We'll have to see if it used a few more times before I come to a decision. I'm gonna ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking me, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that High Priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's lines and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happens to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garn regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in the room if you didn't feel a thing. The flowers. I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Khura'in. The High Priest's death hit you so hard you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well? No. Those flowers didn't mean anything. It's just a Khura'ini's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't heard anything from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I think you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Well, he received a note saying to come here with lots of food. So, and we're here with lots of food. I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. No, so you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Ah, Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man, I gotta admit it. I requested the grub, but I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves the flames of revolution still burns inside you. Oh, which one would this be? Well, it'd probably be something that we just got, right? It's not the law book, is it? It could be. Interesting. Yeah, I think it might just be the law book. Yep, there it is. Dirk's law book. I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have the same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No. As a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. Oh, what do I believe in? Is it the badge? Oh, it's the badge! Yes, we actually get to present the badge and have it do something. When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now, admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you too. And there we go. Unlock successful. Yes, now tell me your plan. This is crucial to the case. I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. You know, Phoenix, you wouldn't really have gotten shanked. You probably would have gotten slashed. That's a kukri. It's not really a thing for stabbing. Well, not stabbing, like, just with, like, shanking, but you know what I mean. In other words, you're testing me. You're a foreigner, and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned, after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm gonna keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So, what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint ya. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Oh, it's the Eye of the Bird. Finally. Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't just have any ordinary key. I see. Well, now we're gonna find out why the blood was the water was already red. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind the case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Mai is suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me. But whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? And framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go through all that trouble? The Heart Kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. And because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So, they resort to reframing people for things they didn't do. Then, that Lady Kira figure is, yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Grand Garin regime. Wow. Huh, even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Well, let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you've got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So, he was talking about Lady Kira then. That could be a red flag from a storytelling standpoint, but we'll have to see. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She is no amateur if you ask me. So, you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garn regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling. I went through an entire game trying to establish a jury system, only for it to be completely swept under the rug and forgotten in every subsequent, title. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? Well, that's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I telling ya. He was. Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So, that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? What does that mean? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? Oh, you bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean, like, what I've been doing? Right! It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. As a royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you underneath the headsman's axe. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom is a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against, right? Yep. All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So, that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragon. Oh. Well, you still look silly doing this. But at least you look proud. That's Sarball! You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see ya. Alley-oop! That's what he was doing? I think I missed that last time. Why did he jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent too much time here. Heck, we gotta go to the Inner Sanctum and quick. Oh, back to the bazaar first. Finally got out of there. Oh, where'd the dog go? Oh, there it is. Mr. Wright! I'm so glad to see you're okay. I was worried about you. Oh, Shadow. What happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. Must have been out cold for a while. Better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Arbol was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Well, I'm pretty sure I already know where it is, so let's just go right up to the Inner Sanctum. Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. You know, in case I missed something. Probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home. Leave no stone unturned. Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. Well, let's go ahead and go over to the bird. Stick its eye in. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. And go ahead, stick that stone in. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape. I wonder.
Take that!
I knew it! Oh, there's two of them. Alright. Well, now we know how the blood got all over it. What? She must be at a loss for words. And that doesn't happen too often. Well, let's head inside. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked at those secret doors here, I imagine that goes double for Rafa. The rebel hideout in the Inner Sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait! You must not enter before the police! Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a war bat from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. I'd better hurry before she changes her mind. Well, let's head in. Final investigation area. Huh. Well, that's the... Ooh, handprints. A, poster and calendar of the Lady Kira show. A crossbow on a cart, which is a very interesting choice of weapon, though I suppose, based off of the other things we see, it's all very makeshift. Well, they do have guns, so I don't really know why they need the crossbow on a cart. And battle plans. Got it. And of course the spring as well. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about the Warbat revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred place. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred place. It is a desecration upon Kurainism itself. The Defiant Dragons shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of this place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Raifa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Well, let's start with the, obvious elephant in the room. There's a Plumbed Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumbed Punisher are based on on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. And what about the clock? Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Plum Punisher clock. Why, I believe it's a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. Oh, this is a rare item that plays the Plum Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. How can she reach all the way in there? No matter what she says, Raifa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And the switch, if I'm right... Yep. So I suppose this is where it's going to come into the insight, perhaps? It's the Plum Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plum Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. Well, we gotta check the handprints next. Large stone slab. It's shaped like a Magatama, and it looks rather unstable. I'd better tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy, grass-like smell? What's the moss? Duh. It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Phoenix, have you never seen moss before? It looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Oh, yes it can, Phoenix. Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Okay, so it was falling on... Oh! Oh ho ho! So someone came in, all the way, which means the Warbat statue is facing inwards. Yes? And then the stone fell over, and they got pushed back by it, and it pushed them into the Warbat statue, right? Is that what happened? That seems likely to me. In fact, I can't really think of what else it would be. Let's go to the battle plans next. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, holy mother! I was reading that in mixed voices. Oops. What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the rites, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inmei is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. I don't think we need to check the guns. Let's check the banner. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. Huh? There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Wait, is there a microphone? I don't see a microphone. What? I'm not able to talk to anyone, am I? No, I can't. Where's the microphone? I don't see it. What? Okay, well I guess I'll just check the cart next. Weapons! And a lot of them too. We are lucky to have found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. Okay, so the guns count as part of that. We'll check the big rock. So, this is the water source that supplies the Inner Sanctum Spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira uses sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. Yes, interesting. What about the chain? Is that something we need to check? Probably. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see. Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place. But wouldn't that trap me in here? Not to worry. I will come to visit you once a year. She's actually serious. Yes. What else is there to check? I'm not really sure. Oh, there's blood on the ground. How did I not see that? What's that? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrives. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something for times like these. Oh, yeah, I forgot, because it's... Read Dirk's orders again? Oh, well, I suppose I should do that. But I wonder what that would glean from that. But we've already clicked on the blood, so we'll have to do this first. Also, I forgot about the luminol, because it's... Why did they not put my luminol in my inventory? And in the previous game, I think. Or not the previous game, but two games ago, at least. I thought it might help on your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This might actually come in handy. Oh, right, I remember that conversation. I was talking about why aluminum powder was the thing confiscated instead of the liquid. Luminol testing fluid glows red in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood, so it can even detect the areas where blood has been wiped up. It might help us to figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. Well, it looks like I'm not going to be able to read Dirk's orders again quite yet. I hope I get a chance to read again, because, I mean, if you're saying I should read again, I might have missed something there. Yep, and I don't need to read the tutorial on it, because I know how this works. So I think, I mean, there's always going to be blood here, because someone got probably accidentally murdered. But I'm wondering where else it could be. That could be a surprise. Oh, not there. Not down here? Not in the water either? Okay. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. We can check the orders. Check the weapon. Huh. Well, I mean, I guess... Huh? Okay, I thought I was seeing things there. Where exactly would the blood... I mean, blood supposedly was flowing all throughout this water. And yet, I suppose it would have been washed away pretty thoroughly. In which case... I mean, where would blood be even left in here? I mean, obviously the testing fluid is important here, because Phoenix brought it up. But I personally fail to see how it would be effective outside of the statue, which I cannot currently see. So I'm just sort of spraying around. Nothing on the tips of the weapons. Nothing on the handles. Really? Nothing on the rock? Is it really? Huh. Well... I mean... Just take a look at it, the full thing here, while it's zoomed out. No, it's not on the rocks, not on the poster or the clock. Not on the weapons or the guns or the stool or the chain. I suppose it could just be on the ground and that... Alright. That's a possibility. Be a weird one, though. Yeah, no, not on the ground. And it's obviously not from the source, but we can check anyway. Huh. Oh, I guess I just missed it the first time. How'd that happen? There's a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Yeah, and we can see the, well, I think we'd call those abrasion marks from where the statue rotated on top of it. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbad statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here, but it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh, right. Luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I guess I'll just have to take some notes. Yeah. And that should do it. Well, I think it would have been important... I suppose we don't... his photo was clear enough. Or notes. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared in one place. Is it because the Warbad's revolving door passed over it? Yes, good. Oh, and did they just pull me out of... Oh, yep, they're pulling me out of the investigation. Well, it looks like we're not going to be able to see Dirk's orders again. Unless I go way back in the history. I don't want to do that. That's going to take forever. Times like these, it makes me wish I had a touchpad, because this was probably a touchscreen thing. Alright, well, I guess if I missed some bit of foreshadowing, or some evidence that's going to put something together, I'm just going to have to live with that. But maybe I'll just stumble upon it whenever I'm putting my theory together before we walk into the trial. Well, I think that covers about everything here. Oh, hey Emma. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. And her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. It's hard to get up all those stairs, you know. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? Well, I guess it is about time to go back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Oh, I can do it before I leave. Fantastic. I've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Yeah, did I miss something there? Is there anything you'd like me to read, Barbed Head? Oh, let's see, how about this note? Let me see that. Kanuro Zabas, Barbar Yak and Ro. Wait, this looks familiar. What is it? Some kind of Karayanist spell? No, it's a recipe for Karayanese curry. I guess the rebels enjoy a home-cooked meal just like everyone else. Oh, it's an achievement! Well, thank you very much. I did not expect that. Huh. Huh. Well, I mean, I suppose it is a significant thing to inspect this entire place, but why would they hide it like that? They didn't even get rid of the check mark. I don't recall any of the previous achievements being that mean. I mean, having to do all that wannabe French guy's dialogue was probably the worst of the bunch. But even then, it was rather clear that you could do it. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I wasn't really achievement hunting here, but I do sometimes get that urge, and that'll help, if I ever do for this game. Huh. Curry, of all things. That's thrown me off so much, I've forgotten where I'm supposed to go. Where was I going? Let me see. Going back to the temple. Right. Man, curry, of all things? I mean, I like curry, but... Oh, man, I've been completely thrown out of it. Oh, welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation? Again. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? Probably her mom. My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? Well, let me see, 23 years ago, was it? And you are, what, 14? Yeah. So your mother was most certainly a child whenever her mother was assassinated, and she was forced to take the throne. Not to mention, she's clearly being taken advantage of by someone who was probably old enough to... Well, I suppose I don't really know their ages. So we can assume... Well, let's make some assumptions real quick about the ages of her family members. Her mother probably took the throne in her late teens, before she was ready, okay? And her father was probably... well, we could go, like, the real historical route and say that he was, like, in his late 20s, early 30s. But we'll, for the sake of the age rating in this game, say he was in his mid to early 20s, okay? So the mother, traumatized, enthroned, being taken advantage of, probably being taken advantage of by someone. Not that I don't doubt they could go with the actual romance route. But either way, the mother most certainly has a deep and genuine hatred for lawyers, having seen them in action. So for Rafa, who hasn't seen them in action, she'd probably hate them even more. Just a bit of random character analysis, since I was thrown off a bit. Need something to get me back into it. My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. Oh, I keep forgetting she's there. What is it? Prosecutor Sanmari has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pare Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. Well, I suppose that's not too different from my country. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the Royal Priestess is back with vengeance. She's made full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, Your Benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Yes. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Oh, really? I'm very much looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Because I think she is going to provide some very important evidence for us. Oh, why don't we go over everything we know so far? Alright. Let me see here. Alright, they make us do this. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his family, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Khura'in. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunter hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Yeah, but I can't really bring that up without exposing my interaction with the rebels. Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow people to be controlled by fear and violence. Wow, Albie, that sounds like something a rebel might say. Also, that was really insightful for someone who's given minimal information. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout at the Inner Sanctum. I almost forgot because a 9-year-old just used the word exonerate in front of me. And there was a bloodstain inside. But I don't know if or how it's connected to the case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. No, it's not. You know why it's important, Phoenix. Come on. It looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rayfa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right, it's just like Dirk used to say. Royal Priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances work both ways before the Defense of Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Khura'in find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rayfa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. And then to be continued? No, just... Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, we are going to be doing this entire chapter today, in case you're wondering. Because this is the last stream I have for at least a week and a half. Which, I mean, I suppose isn't that irregular. I do take breaks that long, usually. But usually they're not planned like this one is. But with that being said, before I get into giving my final long theory spiel, I need to take a very short restroom break. So, bam! Look, it's the break time screen. Isn't that rare? I will be back in less than 5 minutes. Start the timer if you want, and go. Hey, I'm back. And it took less than 5 minutes, just like I said. Now, let me get back in my chair. And it's time for us to, or rather for me, to give my final big long theory for the chapter. So, before I start that, let me just make sure the stream actually came back. Did it? Okay, yep, it came back. So, what do we got in the evidence? Well, first of all, we have 2 dead now. Tarst's death, I'm not actually certain. Oh. I just thought of this. The reason Tarst rotated was because he was standing by the statue thing and it rotated him. Is that it? That could definitely be it. But we can't be certain about that quite yet. But that is definitely a winning theory. For Perret's death, honestly, I don't really got a clue on that one. It seems kind of weird to me that he would get stabbed in the middle of that group and not get caught, and no one gets caught. And I'm fine with him being dead there. Like, I thought he was dead as soon as we saw him. I just didn't expect him to die in the middle of all that. Because people, they didn't look up, I guess, when Maya came down, but there were people who noticed, and the police came by after that. That's Arbol. He's not going to show up, right? He's not. He's gone. We're probably not going to see him until a later chapter, because he's probably going to be a recurring character. But he probably did not kill either of these two. And rather, I can guarantee he did not kill these two. I know the game's been pretty explicit that he didn't do it, but I don't trust the game because it's a mystery game. You're not supposed to. But I buy the whole hit his head on the rock and forgot everything. There was a third party in the secret hideout who killed Tarst and me. We know this. Because he needs to rotate at some point, right? Unless I'm misremembering how he rotated. Because if he rotated while still outside... Oh, he did rotate while still outside. Well, I guess that whole theory's kind of gone then. Who died inside there? Because someone died... Okay, you know what? Stop. Let's take it from the beginning. Before anyone came up, before the ice melted, or rather maybe when the ice melted, assuming Perret had a way to get up there during the time where he was not accounted for, someone went up there and committed a murder, or at least an accidental death, so manslaughter, inside the secret hideout. This caused the water to turn red before the pair arrived for the ritual. Yes, that is factual. Now, how'd the body get moved down? Well, it couldn't have been Perret who got killed there, right? Because his autopsy report said he was killed with the dagger, right? And Tarst's wound said he was likely killed with the dagger. So Tarst was probably... do we have the picture of Tarst standing in front? Oh, actually, wait, was he killed in... Oh, no, he was killed in the abdomen. Wait, this becomes more and more confusing the more I think about it. And I was thinking maybe Tarst was killed beforehand, and then a body double went in with him, and then we had to prove as a body double using the tattoos. But if you stab in the abdomen, but the handprints are pushing away from the statue, that doesn't make much sense onto how he got stabbed. Oh my. I think this is the first time I'm going into a trial without a solid theory. I mean, I have parts of it, but I don't have the entire thing. Not to mention, the insight is going to provide a massive amount of information, because not only do we have the Plum Punisher strap, the watch, the clock for the sound, but we also have the scent of someone who ate the food that's really smelly. Not to mention, I haven't even looked at this in second page of evidence. I suppose most of this relates to what I just said. But I think the only thing here that I have any real lead on that hasn't tied into something I've said already is the Tome of Secrets, because I think Maya might have actually channeled the spirit. No. No. They said they need a name and a face. Well, do they need a name and a face? Really? Because Maya, in the previous game, in the chapter with the twins, didn't she channel one of them without knowing they were twins? I mean, I don't think they even, like, the spirit mediums in the other games even knew about the faces thing. That could be a continuity error. Oh, I think we're just going to have to get into this without solid theory. Yeah. Yeah, we are. I don't have anything, really. I don't even know where the law book is going to come into this. Maybe this is going to, like, connect to the end where, like, the queen herself gets involved. Oh, that would be so weird, though. Okay. Well, we have what I assume is about 2.5 hours of trial ahead of us. So I think I should probably just get into it if I can't figure anything out. Yeah, okay, here we go. Me could have mistaken Dahlia's face for Maya. Oh, I wasn't even talking about Dahlia. I was thinking of Eenie Meenie from, what was it, the trial where Maya was accused of murder by Morgan Fay? Right? Because there was Eenie Meenie and Miney Mo, who were twins. Or they weren't twins, really, but, well, I think they were, like, twins at birth, but they weren't identical until one of them had facial reconstruction surgery, unbeknownst to them. So I think it might just be a continuity error. That is, assuming they take the Maya did get possessed route. Because, I mean, there was already a slight continuity error, because they said the spirits don't have any memory, right? But also, they had that one scene at the first game of Mia appearing as a ghost. Not like a perceivable ghost, but she was just there for a nice moment. And obviously, that's just there for a nice moment. But if we were taking everything at face value, and also literally, it is technically a continuity error, since they should be in the Twilight Realm. Oh, but then again, not really, because the Kurain channeling technique could do funky stuff. I mean, they had their own belief system in Kurain. They had a spirit in a jar for, like, and I don't think that flies over here. Okay, yeah. Eenie was Mimi's younger sister, and Dr. Gray probably had Mimi's photo. Yeah. Okay. If that's the case, for now, I'm going to discard all the continuity error stuff, because I don't even like meta, like, actual game meta-analysis when it comes to mystery stuff. So we'll put that away, and we'll move forward, and we're just going to assume that it's not possible for Maya to channel the spirit because of the mask, unless stated otherwise. Or at least that's how I'm going to assume it. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. It's not like they have paperwork for this sort of thing either. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plum Punisher, right? Yep, you bet. Although, that doesn't mean I'll have to talk to Sal Manella again, since he probably owns the rights to Steel Samurai. But that doesn't really matter, right? You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Raifa doesn't seem to be in the best spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Alright. Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. First time in this game going in without a plan. Just some loose character possibilities based off of writing tropes, and some little bits of connected evidence. Day 2 is now in session. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, he's actually ready immediately today. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sanmari. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so we may put the said lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today, she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Puree Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Sanmari, your opening statement if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Kurainism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then, what terrible fate awaits her? Balgilok Pokan Hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galun of Pulmoten. Furthermore, Guljama... Enough! I can't bear to hear any more. My blood runs cold at the mere thought of such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Puree Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion, during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Warbad dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the Warbad dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it. Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... Well, once Her Benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sanmari? It is about the divination seance. Oh, does he have doubts about it, perhaps? Your Benevolence. Stop right there, Prosecutor Sanmari. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is, I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is that we can glean from the seance vision This is what we can glean from Seance Vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nina? I always forget her name. It's Nina, right. I got it once earlier. Oh, and do we get to watch the whole song and dance again?
O Holy Mother,
Oh, we're getting to that, the voice acting, so I assume so.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Yes. So I have just some brief thoughts and comments about the scene. So every time it's come up, I've noted how it's very obviously a 3DS scene because the aspect ratio is different. And it got me thinking about animated cutscenes on the 3DS because, I mean, the DS as a whole, obviously, very, very long-lasting console. Far more long-lasting than probably anything else from my knowledge. And I would know. I had a DS and a 3DS. In fact, I still have my 3DS with this game on it. Not that I ever got to this one. I think I stopped pretty early in the trilogy, embarrassingly enough. But it really made me remember how good like pre-rendered cutscenes could look on the 3DS. It wasn't something I really went back and recognized until I played Fire Emblem Heroes on like the mobile game of all things, because that game, if you're playing it with a clean screen, the cutscenes look pretty dang good. And so I went back, looked at my 3DS Fire Emblem games, and hey, like the 3D models, they're ugly, but when they're in a cutscene, fantastic. Love those. And it just got me thinking about how games are starting to be pretty old, huh? Yeah. Well, that sort of took a sad turn all of a sudden. That's actually one of the reasons I don't play my DS games anymore. Well, I do enjoy them, don't get me wrong, but opening them up and seeing, like, copyright 2008 on the front, it hurts a little bit. I'm not quite old enough to not care about it yet. I suppose it'll take a bit longer for that. Now, putting that seemingly out of no more topic aside, the dance is over. So, let's see what insights we have. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence? What in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out to the spirit's names many times, but to no avail. Oh. She was calling out to Purée Zealot. And one of my initial theories, back in the previous stream, aside from Purée Zealot being, dead, was also that Purée Zealot was a rebel who was supposed to be contacting Dots, because Dots was doing the classic call and response technique. So I think if we go back to that theory, then Purée, plus with this, Purée's not actually dead. Which I didn't explicitly state, but I was going on about how we were trying to identify people based on the tattoos earlier. So that could definitely be part of it. But would the police, with Emma's assistance, really misidentify a body? That seems like a rather odd thing. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, I must go perform a divination seance for the Purée Zealot. It is our custom that the prosecution... It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. she wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa. What are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt, with or without a divination seance. Aha! Oh, you never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sadmati. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? Huh? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, someone told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping here. How dare you? The voice of Amitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you... I will not forget this, Barbed Head. This will not be the last you see of me. Now then, I will proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Ah, Emma. All right. Wonder how old Gumshoe is at this point. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you wish to save the accused in defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go, and move on. But there is only one way to save them now. By giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. I can't do this. Ah, hey, no eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice. Miss Sky? Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out eventually. Right, thanks, Miss Fey. Are Maya and Emma? Yeah, Maya and Emma are the same age. I just realized. I just put that together. I suppose it's because the first game, like the chapter where Emma was introduced, only came out in the DS remake, which was after the original trilogy came out. I just sort of assumed Emma was like at least 3 years younger. Huh. All right. That's just a thought I had. Let's get back to it. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of the case. Alright, 2 overviews in 1 chapter. Here we go. Should be pretty straightforward. The latest victim was Pere Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Belieb Inmi, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. Yes. And I am mildly suspicious of the wife at this point, but not too much. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Well, I say not too much, but, I mean, she's one of the only valid people left. It's just that I don't have too much evidence pointing towards her. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies from testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I gonna do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot. Because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Gumshoe would be 41 here. Oh, Gumshoe's young. Dang. I suppose in the well, not flashback, but, what was it? Mia's trial in the third game, where she's on her first and second case, Gumshoe still looked the same. His clothes was just a bit cleaner. Yeah, I just suppose he just aged quickly. Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Oh, and I just realized, Maya probably wouldn't be able to hint towards it not working because someone's not dead yet, because it wasn't... Because Maya... What was it? Maya was actually... So, in the case where we tried to channel someone, that someone being Dahlia, I believe, but we couldn't, it was because Dahlia was already possessing someone, and that person was Maya, I believe. He was 26 and 3-4, and 32 and 3-5. Okay, well, I guess he was quite a bit older than Phoenix. Doesn't change the fact that he aged quickly. Well, no, I guess it does. If the youngest we ever saw him was around 32 or 31, depending on where his birthday is, then I guess, yeah, okay. I'm fine with that, actually. He had a long career before he got fired, though, huh? I do know that we don't learn much about the characters from the previous trilogy, because when I originally finished the trilogy a long time ago, I checked the wiki for, like, a couple of side characters and saw that they didn't get expanded upon. And so, like, if characters like Oldbag and Larry didn't get expanded upon, I didn't figure Gumshoe would either. But I am a bit surprised that they really leaned into Emma being our investigator. I felt like if they were going to do that, they probably should have done something else with Fulbright. I mean, I talked a bit in the previous game about my problems with Fulbright, even though I couldn't articulate it very well. And I absolutely will talk more about it once we finish this game, because I plan to do a whole retrospective stream. But I don't know. I just haven't felt much for the investigators ever since Gumshoe left. Not because they don't stand up to Gumshoe, but they just don't... see, this is my issue. I can't articulate it right now. I need to put it on paper somewhere, but I don't have paper right now. So we're just going to have to just let that be, and let it keep annoying me in the back of my mind, and try to ignore it while I do the game. How did I get to that from their age, anyway? No, stop. Put it away. Put it away. Now then, let's see. And which one was it? Yeah, believe in me, identify the body. Tell me how they identified the body. That's the important part. Was Mrs. Enemy's positive ID the only way you verify the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no, of course not. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Well, yeah, he stole someone's identity. Because there's a few ways this can go. He's a rebel who has a fake identity. He's an illegal immigrant who has a fake identity. Or he's a body double, which would be a really weird way to take this. Or he is he's stolen an identity, which I suppose is the same as a fake identity, but it's just with the extra steps. the victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses the deceased's face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID, and there was no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Khura'in. An illegal immigrant? Fake name could also be made up. Well, yeah, I think when I was saying that he could have a fake name, that was like what I meant. That's why I kept the stealing name separate. Or I think. I mean, when I do these streams, I gotta be honest, it's hard for me to remember what I'm saying. I completely get what people say when they say streamer brain, because between doing the game, doing the voice, looking at chat, and making sure the audio and the internet aren't dying that much, it's hard to pay attention to things and remember. Which is why I, need to put things on paper if I'm planning to do any sort of deep analysis, which I would like to do. Now, come to think of it, Raven mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I had always thought that Acolyte Zealot was a Khura'inese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. Now, he was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. I don't think I have anything that I can immediately get off of this unless I press a bit. But he did have tattoos, which we can see here. And the tattoos are supposed to be used as an identification here. Where do I have that written? Records about who has what mark are kept at the temple. Well, I suppose if his name was fake, then the tattoos would be tied to his name, in which case it wouldn't really matter. Unless that tattoo on the back of his neck has significance, which I doubt, but I'm willing to take damage here. I mean, I've already died twice on this trial, and it was really embarrassing, so I don't think it can really get any worse. Did my controller die? No, I was hitting the wrong button.
Objection!
Aha, I was right about the tattoo. Perfect. Now, sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Khura'inese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? How? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Khura'inese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This. The tattoo. Yes.
Take that!
Now look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Khura'in. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. You know, I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to peaches. I mean, I've eaten peaches. I like how they taste. But every time I eat a peach with the skin, my mouth feels itchy. And I don't know... I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not normal. But then again, I've never had a food allergy that, doesn't... that causes itchiness. It's usually just, death. I'm good now, though. I grew out of those. Nick, I've suddenly got the craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now, we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like this before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow? Oh my! What? This mark is only borne by members of the Khura'inist clergy. So, that is what you believe it to be? But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had a peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Khura'in's clergy bear. Ooh, stuttered there. Hey, you're right. Until about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right buttock. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So, tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. Isn't that a bit on the nose? He became a monk 20 years ago. Well, isn't that convenient? Then that mustn't be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance? That is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Alright. Is she gonna give us the whole, like, 4 voice-acted lines again? Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, Princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence. Alright. Here it comes, right?
Oh, holy
Yeah,
Mother,
there it is.
we hold
Oh,
this
how long did this
divination
last
seance in
time?
your name.
It was about...
Let the eyes of
Oh, I
everyone
don't
here
even know.
be
I was
clear,
talking the whole time.
and our ears be
At most
unstopped.
2 minutes?
Oh, dance of devotion.
But 2 minutes
Guide
of,
the victim's
like,
soul
me sitting
to
here
me,
quiet,
so
like,
that we
it
may
unnerves me
receive their
on a
final
deep level.
memories in the
Because
pool
in doing
of
all these streams,
souls.
I have been intentionally getting myself into the habit of giving voice to my inner monologues, which are a pretty constant thing. So just sitting here watching it, I don't think I can do that anymore. I mean, I can try to commentate on it, but even then, there's not much to commentate on. Like, that's why I haven't touched Portal 2. Like, I did a Portal stream a while ago. It was very bad, by the way. Don't watch it. But one of the reasons it was so bad was because I couldn't talk over GLaDOS. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. And I was going through the puzzle so fast that she was constantly speaking at me. I think I actually made a note in the description of that VOD that I would one day try Portal 2 and try to talk over GLaDOS. But I'm not there yet. Like, I'm struggling to speak over the singing in my ear right now. I'm not even keeping this on topic. This is completely unrelated to Ace Attorney. It's just me talking about struggling to talk. So, yeah, you know what? I don't even have a way to end this, do I? I can't not talk here, but at the same time, I don't have anything to talk about other than me not being able to talk. You get that? Is it clear? I hope it's clear. Ah, man. Yep, I tried it. Can't really stay quiet. Just show me the vision, please. I'd like to see. Okay. Do we have a vision? I hope so. Okay, we got a division. Good, good, good. Oh, I was right. He did die in there. He smells someone who ate the thing. He's being pushed on. He hears the clock going off. And then he gets stabbed on the statue. And then the reason why they thought he died over there is because they used body temperature to figure it out, even though Emma should be smart enough to realize that that's a terrible method. Okay, this is all falling together. Pun not intended. Oh my. It's just as Mr. Wright surmised. Pray Zealot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last, we have seen the victim's final moments. But, all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. Ah. I, on the other hand, have discovered something of quite significance. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? Aha! Oh, wonderful. A most surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Sanmari, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumbed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please, consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumbed Punisher strap! When you press the Magatama on the Plumbed Punisher's belt... Yep, there we go. Theme song. You know, I wonder... So obviously we have the clock that could set off, that could be triggering this. But if we have a focus moment, we could focus on it and find out Plumed Punisher. Did he say Plumed Punisher? Like, was there a typo there? Or is this like a joke I'm not privy to? I think it's a joke I'm not privy to. But yeah, as I was saying, I think if we have a moment where we ask Raifa to focus her insight on the audio, it could reveal that it's actually the Steel Samurai song pronunciation of... Oh! I've been calling it the Plum the Punisher this whole time, but why did I call it the Plum Punisher? What made me associate it with plums? Oh, it's plumed because of feathers. I was saying plumbed because I just really like plums, even though I haven't had them in years. Well, I mean, it's not the first time I've mispronounced something for an extended period of time, and it probably won't be the last. Let's try and fix it going forward. The Plumed Punisher. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item. Is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. It's the only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no. Oh, did I even finish my thought? I think I did. It's fine, though. The point was that the wife can be incriminated. It's just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections... Of course I have objections. We have clearly interpreted this insight, this vision, completely differently. Slow down there, Your Majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. But what's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you were beaten, do you, foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there are to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Alright. Oh, right. She has a unique animation here. Well, where do we start with this one? Oh, right, well, she has to give her insight first, and then we start off of that. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite, Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Well, there's the issue, because there's supposed to be a carpet. Then someone was there, and the theme to the plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes in there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. Oh, come on, Phoenix. I thought you were back with this. Don't start being like Apollo. Oh, my throat just did it again. That's not a... What is that? I gave out. It's not a... Is my voice cracking? Have I been talking too much? I mean, that could be a possibility. I've been talking a lot these days. Like, I'm usually rather silent, but here I am doing Ace Attorney, like every week. Oh yeah, I can feel my throat giving out. Maybe it's a good thing I'm taking a break starting tomorrow, eh? Give my voice a bit of time to rest. Well, let's get back into this. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased's sensations very carefully. Well, I don't think we can really present the carpet thing, so we'll just have to show, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. So the heavy here is the issue, right? Yeah. So why is he feeling heavy? How about you tell us that? Because you're not going to say that Maya sat on him, are you? I feel like the other people would absolutely, like, notice that. Victims offering prayers. There. And tell me, why is he heavy if he's on the ground? Oh, that's wrong. Okay, well, I couldn't present the carpet, and I can't present that it's heavy. So is the ground... Is him looking at the ground the wrong angle to be going at here, perhaps? Did I get too caught up in my own beliefs? Okay, let's just look through this. He smells it. He hears the Punisher theme. He gets heavy. He feels pain. He dies. Well, that's pretty straightforward. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground is visible. Okay, well, unfortunately I can't present that there was a carpet there. I don't actually think I have a picture of that, do I? Oh, I do have a pic. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. The carpet has the same pattern. How odd. Well, it's not the same pattern. It's a little bit different. But it's similar enough that I think that isn't a viable approach here. Well, that's unfortunate for me. My approach was wrong. Okay, well, let's see. He smells the thing coming in. Gets slightly... then the Punisher theme starts... plumed. Not plumbed. Plumed. Come on, fix that. And then he feels heavy. And then he feels pain, and he goes black. Then someone was there. But it's getting heavier. But why is it getting heavier? The accused held the defenseless victim down. Oh, it's because they're saying that they held the victim... But why would they need to do that? The accused held the defenseless victim down. I mean, do I argue that Maya is not heavy enough to really produce such a feeling? I don't think so. She is fully grown, so she does have a bit of weight behind her now. And a bit more height as well, based off her model, it looks like. That's the wrong button. Which one's the fast forward button? B. Gotcha. And X is the rewind? Yes, yes. Okay. Someone was there, and the theme to plumed Punisher fills the air. Do I just talk about how no one mentioned the sense? Well, I suppose no one was allowed to... Oh, yeah! The reason why they're only allowed to eat it before the day is so that the scent goes away by the time the thing is happening. So it should be this, right? This is another issue they have. No, that's not it either. Okay. Well, I suppose... Well, but Maya was... According to their time of death, Maya should have no longer had the scent by this time. Alright. Well, which way do they want me to go, then? Well, I think I presented the wrong thing. How about that? Did I? Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Plaza, not plaza. Ew, gross. Don't say plaza. But, yeah, the pattern was visible, even though it's slightly wrong. We're just going to have to accept that. Now, victim offering his prayers is fine. Though it's dark, the ground is visible. The plumed Punisher theme fills the air. Let's just let this play while I look through this. The accused held the defenseless victim down, which is what the heavy is from, and then plunged the knife into the neck. The blade struck true. In that instant, he departed from this world. Well, that wasn't a significant enough time to say that it was an instant. At least not in my opinion. But where exactly is the scent coming from? Do we argue that there shouldn't be the scent if he's offering his prayers? Is that it? I mean, I don't think that's it, but that's one of the only things I can argue. Okay, that's not it either. Alright. Well... which one would it be? Because all of them seem to be rather explicitly explained, other than the smell, but there doesn't seem to be a place to present that. So, let's put the smell away for now. Let's just look at the other three. The plumed Punisher theme fills the air. Yep, that's fine. That goes exactly what you said. The accused held the defenseless victim down, which is where the heavy came from, and plunged her knife into his neck, which is where the pain comes from. And the blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world, which is why his vision goes black, because he's dead. So those three are explained. The only possible thing, in my opinion, that could be wrong is the scent. Did Maya have this at the time? How about that? I mean, I suppose that the prosecution is assuming she had it because... Oh, well, yeah, she did have it because she had it when she got caught. So she did have that. And we're talking about Prey Zealot right now. I mean, his head wouldn't really get closer to the ground, though, if he's being held down, right? I suppose it could. But at the same time, I still don't see a reason why that would need to be happening. Let's see. The blade struck true. Oh, that's the wrong one. The accused held the defenseless victim down. And plunged her knife into his neck. Why does that seem wrong to me? I mean, I know why it seems wrong to me, because this is a big rock that's falling on him. But, Am I at the right? Yeah, that's fine. But we can see that it's visible. Unless we're arguing... Unless we... Wait. Can I argue that... I can just argue that the pattern is wrong. Can't I? And if I look at the photo... It does... Oh, wait. The symbol is very similar. I don't know if I can argue that the symbol is different, can I? No, I can't argue the symbol is different. It's practically the same, and we can't see high enough up to see the purple section either. Or the theoretically purple section, since this is a rock that we're looking at. So then, I still think it's the scent that's wrong. Because no one should have it. Do we have the note about the scent in here somewhere? Believe statement. That they're only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite, and must be finished before 3 p.m. on the same day. Yeah, so then we're just trying to figure out why the scent is there, and we need to figure out which one of these we can offer it on, or not offer it, present it on. We know it's not the offering up his prayers, because I think we already tried that and it was wrong. And that was the night. Oh, well, it says night of the rite, right? So this is it? because the scent should be gone by the night?
Objection!
Perhaps? Aha, that was it. Wonderful. Perfect. Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. The only problem is, the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Gingal? Or Gingil? Oh, is this supposed to be like a ginger thing? Gingil? That sounds better. Gingil? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Gingil on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Well, let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled the Gingil on the night of the rite.
Take that!
Yep, here we are. The High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingil-based dishes, and they're supposed to only be served at a certain time of day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of Gingil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m., the day of the purification rite. Ah, perfect. Now we're getting somewhere. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right. I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me, Your Benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I had heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Ah, perfect. Barbed Head, you blinded me with science. Isn't that a song? That is a song. You know, if I could remember how it went, I would probably start singing it just now. But I don't remember how it goes, unfortunately. Sorry. Wait. What am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours that day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Alright. And it was the afternoon of the day before the rite. And that's it. Okay. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick! A change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on the day, it could really help. Alright. Let's see. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. No. It could not have been the day before the rite. I can't present evidence here, can I? I can't. But here in the newspaper, it says that there was ice. Ah, that's what it is. So, the plaza ground should not be visible. Because there's ice up there.
Objection!
Easy. The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? You are making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what's important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There was nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. No. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see the pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do you explain? This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite. What? But The victim did not see so much as an ice cube and did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground of the Plaza of Devotion. This could only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? What? Oh, and are we gonna get audience murmurs? What? Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless. Well, about that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? No, not at all. Now, why are we seeing something green and shaggy? That feels like a real hand-holdy moment there. I think they used green and shaggy as the exact description of the moss earlier.
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? Yeah, the hideout. There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place. On the floor, anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. This big rock that was falling on him. The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of moss. One of the moss-covered stone slabs. Whew. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped imprints on the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he was stood there with his hands pressed against the slab. That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare that they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed. What evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please, take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of a luminol test I performed on the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of the stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought that it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. I mean, it's not like our crime labs are especially busy in this country. Don't have much investigating to do, you see. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideouts belongs to Pare Zealot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Isn't this one of those situations where you're supposed to, let it go and move on? Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. Yes. We have 2 people unaccounted for that time. Or 3, but one of them's Maya. And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be? How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. I mean, he was, on top of a mountain. Do I have anything that points to the fact that he was on top of a mountain freezing? I don't think so. I mean, I clearly do somewhere. but that's a bit of a odd thing. What does the weather say? That doesn't have anything to say about it, right? It says a cold front will move in overnight. It's here, which is a line that I have been obsessing over, even though it hasn't been used at all. So I could just present the newspaper again. And Tarst's autopsy report shouldn't have anything of note in it. No, it doesn't. Oh, we haven't used my statement yet, so we're gonna have to use that in a second. But what the zealots? Yeah, I think I just had to present the newspaper a second time, right? No, okay. Well, I suppose that was my mistake. I don't. This game, the series, isn't fond of presenting evidence twice in a row, but I think it's happened at least once, so I do keep it in mind. But how do I just say that he was on top of a mountain freezing using evidence? Let's see. I mean, he was in the Plaza of Devotion. Oh, well, the dagger, right? Because the dagger was in him. So do I just present the dagger, or do I present the dagger photo? I would personally design it so that they both are correct, assuming one of them is correct. Let's just assume it's the dagger, right? Oh, that's not it. Oh, that's the third game over of this one trial. Dang. Well, that's unfortunate. But at least we get a full, like, health restore. Hopefully we won't end up using it all. But, I mean, the two possibilities I'm seeing here are that we either just say he was on top of a freezing mountain for an entire day, or that the knife was put into his wound, which I feel is something that should have been caught by forensics, if anything. But clearly, I mean, if it is the knife, which is what I just guessed, I'm not going to be very happy about it, because I mean, Nayuta Sanmari is already upset with Emma, and if Emma also missed the wound not being from the dagger, I mean, I'm also going to be upset with her then. And I think that would be reasonable, considering she doesn't really have any power over Phoenix like she did with Apollo. So, I mean, if the writers wanted that to happen, it would be perfectly reasonable, I suppose. Oh, but they wouldn't be that mean to Emma, would they? I would hope they wouldn't be that mean to Emma, considering that she presumably has a great deal of respect for Phoenix. That sort of hurt her. And I don't think they're going to be doing an Emma character arc in this game. Now, we're going to try the crime photo, just in case. Even though I don't think it's it. Yeah, it's not it. Now, since it's not the knife, since those are the only two things about the knife, I do just need to go back to finding a way to pointing out that he was cold, which is still an issue. So, how do I prove that he was cold? Cause of death of spinal cord injury, being stabbed in the upper back. Thought to be used the Warbad dagger. Bum 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 bum. Okay. The spring was already bloody, but doesn't matter. How do I communicate that he was just cold? I have 3 pages of evidence, and the only thing that suggests that is the newspaper, but I've already tried that. Oh, I hope this isn't a situation where I end up having to go to a guide again. That would be embarrassing. Okay, well, we can go through this one by one. That's the tried and true method that always results in me failing, but it's in theory it would work. So it's not that. It's not that. It's most certainly not this, because it does not even talk about the other body. It's not. Oh, the snow. Did she bury him in the snow? What? I completely forgot that the snow being moved was even a plot point. Oh, okay.
Take that!
Did she bury him? She did. She buried him. Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. Phoenix himself gave a hint. Well, by the time the latency caught up and I got to read that, I already figured it out. But thank you for the help. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was a mistake? The time was mistaken? And the place too? And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. Of course. What else? What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the plumed Punisher theme the victims heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. Well, I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible. At least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well. Let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the Rebel hideout photo. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The theme song, because we have the clock. The plumed Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the Rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song, other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap? Is this true? The item that played the plumed Punisher theme song was this clock. That was a bit of a delay between hitting A and the pointer showing up. This is a plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Okay, another revision. The victim stood with his hand on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon the day before the riot. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, Your Benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency? Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. Now then. Now the victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. Now I could immediately just point out that it's heavy. In fact, I'm going to do that immediately,
Objection!
because I feel like that's it. Oh, perfect. That was rather quick and easy. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did this sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was the heavy sensation felt by the victim? Oh, the wrong person. What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that the sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envision the state of Zealot was in when he was killed... I must say, so, obviously it's the Falling Stone Slab, but Maya is a very active partner in this trial, which is fantastic. It's a great way to get us back to being accustomed to Maya being here, because he's presumably going to be here until the end of the game. but it's also a very stark contrast to Athena and Trucy, because whenever those two were playing the role of assistant, they were not very great at it. Now, for Athena, that's fine, because she was more of the protagonist and she didn't play assistant that much. But oh boy, Trucy, after that first game, she just hasn't gotten anything, which is another thing I'd like to talk about at some point, but not right now. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Huh? Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death. Rather, he was stabbed. Oh, yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Apollo and Trucy? Did I say Athena and Trucy? I meant to say Apollo and Trucy. Sorry about that. Well, I mean, I guess Athena did technically play assistant during the first trial of her game, but yeah, no, I definitely did mean to say Apollo and Trucy. Now, with that being said, Apollo does seem to be getting development in this game, which he desperately needed, I feel, since Athena took so much of the spotlight in her game. But I do still think, I mean, because really, I don't see how Trucy is going to recover. I don't think she can at this point. It's too far. Because there's her only... Okay, how to say it? The only way we could have developed her was exploring more of the troop grammary, which we can't do because the guy who got shoehorned in got immediately murdered. Or not he getting immediately murdered, but the fake one got murdered, and the new one is in jail, and I don't think he's coming back. And the other way is if we went into the Apollo Trucy brother-sister plotline with Lamira, but we obviously aren't doing that because now we're talking about Apollo's adopted father. So I think Trucy is just sort of dead in the water as far as character development's concerned, which is a real shame because I think she had some real potential coming out of Apollo Justice. And I mean, I don't resent Athena for taking the spotlight in her game, because Athena, she was good, even if she does have her flaws. But yeah, no, I don't think there's any saving Trucy at this point. That's the whole point I was trying to make. Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So, what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Even though that's something that definitely should have been caught by Emma. Well, I guess she's forensics, not autopsy. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Yes, the giant bird statue that is completely coated in blood that everyone just sort of ignored. Something that had a similar shape to the Warbat dagger? Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. I think it's this picture, right? Yeah.
Take that!
Is this not the photo of the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Prey Zealot's life. But that is the Warbat statue? Yes, exactly. The Warbat statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbat statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? Did he not go there? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. Oh, we gotta watch this whole thing before the dialogue? Yep. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbat statue was right behind him. This cannot be! Oh, this seems like it's going to be the end of the seance section, to me. Everything's been cleared up, unless you want to focus on the sound, but I don't think that's going to happen at this point. But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbat statue was what killed the victim. Ah, perfect. Oh, and we even get it as evidence now. Okay, that's nice. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs a lawyer so they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Your Benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. Ah, perfect. This is the exact development I was hoping for. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. Oh, her dad's gonna hate us now. Because she's probably gonna ask for... Well, I don't think she's gonna be so bold as to ask for a lawyer. But that is... Like, anyone can see that that's where she's going to end up if her previous ideals are not upheld by something. And right now, those previous ideals are being shattered, so... Yeah, her dad is going to be after Phoenix, which is probably why he's going to end up staying in this country. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please, explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbat dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we know, but why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder, right? Because that's a good way to cover up the first crime. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Oh, well, we can't hammer away. The music's not playing. That means we're about to get interrupted. And in this game, it means we're going to get interrupted by chance. Your reasoning has more holes in it than the cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer, and careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. That is, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but have we ever heard a worse theory from the prosecution than that? Like, excluding the Payne brothers, right? Because that is horrible. Like, really, really bad. I don't even know where to start if I was going to criticize that. I believe Prosecutor Sanmati has posed a compelling scenario. And the defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
I mean, I guess it's compelling enough to accept it based on guilty until proven innocent, but it's still really bad. Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the Defiant Dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too? I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? A groan of distress? Have I been doing that? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday, and makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. It's as Sanmati says, let it go and move on. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Khura'in? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the riot can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel who would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the riot had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is... Did something come to mind? Yeah, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from the Sacred Hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objections. Well, I mean, the other guy escaped, even though you guys have guns. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sanmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pere Zealot's murder. Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No. There is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is Belieb Inye. Oh, wait. Did I just get caught up in my own theory? I think I did. I mean, obviously it was pointing towards the rebel guy, right? Am I like just completely out of it? Because that doesn't seem right to me. Okay, I am out of it, Antrai. I am. I don't even know what I'm thinking about anymore. I think I just got too caught up in reading this out loud. Huh. Well, let's see. The prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder would be Tarist, right? Yeah, Tarist is the only one who makes sense, right? Because he knew everything that was going on. He had the access to the knife. He was a rebel, or at least suspected of being a rebel. But then who killed him? That doesn't really solve our issue, does it? Like, our root problem is that we are guilty if we are been accused and convicted, or not convicted, but determined to be guilty of killing Tar. Yeah, let's just go with it. Let's see where Phoenix takes us, because this is obviously what he wants. It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum who knew of the hideout, and that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. Yeah, I was going to mention this, because if we're not going to go the route of the wife doing it, then the only other possibility is that Maya did in fact channel the spirit. Which, I mean, I was obviously leaning towards, and talking about leaning towards, Maya revealing her spirit medium powers this chapter. But I was not anticipating it going this way. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? No. Don't tell me I have some breakfast caught between my teeth. No. If there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty? Dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as channeling. Summoned here by the means of spirit channeling. Look, what did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. Peace. And especially you, audience member, who sounds suspiciously like me. I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garen can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... Hey, Maya, It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But, Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Khura'in. Don't worry, it's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become the master of Khura'in. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming master of Khura'in. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even Her Benevolence Princess Rayfa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be, me. Is this some kind of a joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess isn't capable of such a feat. Peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Oh, Rayfa is back. Oh, okay. Let's think. Your Benevolence, how do we think Rayfa is going to develop? Earlier, I was saying that maybe she's going to completely turn around and become in awe of Maya. But considering her actions and words and the demeanor in this trial so far, I think she might just go into denial. Or, not denial, but I think she's gonna, like, go into denial here, and then paired with her earlier, feelings, she's gonna become extremely depressed next chapter, maybe? That is the other way to go. So we're either gonna get depressed Rafa, or fangirl Rafa. And I'm not sure which way they're gonna go. I'm also not sure which way I would prefer. This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Her benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred rite. For foreign devils, I say we should put them to death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head. Spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence? Are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another one of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well, then. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? No, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a magnetama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. Oh, that is a big plot device that is going to come up later. But that is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sanmari? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Man, this trial section is a bit longer than I thought, eh? I was thinking 2.5 hours, but I'm thinking maybe it's going to be 3. Actually, with that being said, it's not like I have a timer with me, so I don't actually know how long it's been. But let's just keep on going, yeah? No breaks here. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least, I hope she can. So, you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing, but actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This'll be a moment you'll never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbot Inmy's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dry as all that. Well, no. The rebels are fighting for the sake of a better court system. Maybe there'll be some resistance at first, yes, but in theory, they should absolutely support you since you're a lawyer, and especially if they, what was the other guy's name? If they like Arbol can tell that you are much like Dirk, and that you are going to keep fighting because, it's the right thing to do. I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Oh, okay, Maya. I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Now then. Let's see. I wonder what I guess the High Priest would look normal in Maya's clothes. Maybe a bit stretched out. We have received official approval from the accused to channel. Wait, we have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Fey, please proceed. Official approval from who? The Queen? The wannabe king? Or I suppose he's a wannabe dictator. I'm gonna call him King Con. Or, no, I'm not gonna call him King Con. Queen Con. Yeah, you know, we'll just call him the wannabe dictator. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Oh, look at that. We got to use the death chant again. Been a while since that happened. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. Whew. I have been studying here in Khura'in for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Khura'in, the village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Okay, do we get a big fancy animation for her as well, or is it just gonna flash and transform? O spirit of Taurus in me, slumbering in the Twilight Realm, return now to the world of the living. Oh, we do get a bit of an animation for it. Oh. Oh, yeah, he did stretch out the clothes, but you know, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, wait. Oh, the hair didn't change because he's bald. Okay, well, I didn't expect that. What is this place? Oh my! No! This cannot be! Bolkunka! It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused's spiritual power is the real deal. Oh, he looks weird from the back. Go, Maya. Go, yes. I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. Yes, take a moment. Abbot in me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbot in me? But if it isn't His Majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? The hair didn't change when Maya Chin... Oh! You're right, they all just had similar hairstyles, didn't they? Yeah, you're right. Huh. Well, no. Oh, wait, I guess... Oh, yeah, because she had her hair down when she channeled Dahlia, didn't she? Yeah. Man, trying to remember things from the original trilogy is a bit challenging, but it's a bit nice as well. Yeah, no, she did have... Because Dahlia had the hair cover, and the other Dahlia had the, hair tied back, but not in a bun like that. So I suppose it all fits. Yeah. That's a great visual gag, though. Please, do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium, Maya Fey, has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you'd excuse me. Oh? Oh, are we gonna get a... I wonder... Is there gonna be a visual... Not a visual... There's not gonna be a visual gag, no. But is there gonna be a gag with Maya changing back because of this? I mean, her hair is perfectly positioned for, like, the anime hair sensor. but I don't think this game is that. I don't think this game has an A rating that would allow that. There, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd keep his top on. Why, you are that foreign lawyer that people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. Ah, oh my... What's with that crazy pose? Maya can't do that. Can she? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with proper training. But is Maya able to do that? What? Oh, I wonder if all people will be able to do that someday. I suppose his bones are a bit too bendy for that to be safe right now. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Anyway, your disciple, Prey Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the Purification Rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout, hidden within the Inner Sanctum. Acolyte Zealot? He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the Inner Sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot Inmee. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope she doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing! To think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration, even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother! Praise be to the Holy Mother! Oh my. Have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. Seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, devout priest of Kurainism, join the rebellion? The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Right. Abbot Inmee, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as the prosecutor said Madi concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. But no, what? But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. What? An alibi? Seriously? Ha! It seems that the testimony of the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot Inmee, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course, yes. Now then, I suppose at this point, this guy's probably our final witness. So let's see if we can get through him without taking damage. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon? That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Raifa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So, even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't have any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? Yes, that is the question. Hmm. Ironclad alibi. Well, we can dismiss that, because just elaborating into the next statement. Just past noon, you were entertaining guests, and the guests can corroborate this. Just past noon on the day before the rite, which is the right timing. But with that being said, on the day before the rite, well, I mean, you had this, and this could only have been happening between noon and 3 o'clock. So do I just... Okay, I'm gonna press first to be safe, but we know where we're going with this. Guests, and you were entertaining them personally? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you misremembered. Gah! Do not doubt my... Oh, that's a word I don't know if it's used usually. That's not a... Huh. My mnemonic faculties? Mnemonic without a P. Interesting. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Oh, are you really gonna put me back in this? A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't have any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. There's nothing better than enjoying Jinjil's cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. Well, okay, we just present it then. That's easy enough. The photo. Bam.
Objection!
What? That's not it? Okay, hold on. You can only eat the food between noon and 3 p.m. the day before. You were saying right after noon you were eating Jinjil, which should have been this, because there's only a 3-hour interval there, right? Unless I'm getting my timeline mixed up. I could be getting the timeline mixed up. Okay, let's think. This guy, he got murdered on the day before the rite, and his body was moved down. Now, the day before the rite, he was alive. He died when he left. Or rather, okay, so everyone split up on the day of the rite. The wife, we are going to assume she stayed put for now. Maya went to Temple. The zealot went up to the place and got murdered. And Tarist also, probably went up there to murder them. But he's saying he was here at noon. And we know he was here at noon, but he was not with friends. He was with these guys. So do I press the other one then? I guess I'm not getting out of this with no damage, unfortunately. And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his Magistry, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. Oh, hold on. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Enmy. Lady Enmy's cooking simply cannot be beat. Huh. So, there you have it. When exactly was his Magistry at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachu Demal. I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. Wait, but then you're saying you only spent an hour? Okay, hold on. Your alibi. Okay, well, why don't we look at the estimated time of death, yeah? The estimated time of death is between 12 and 3 p.m. This occupies you from 2 to 3 p.m. When does this occupy you? Huh? I mean, this should have occupied you for that remaining hour. Or at the very least, it places you... I mean, if we are to go off of Baleeb's statement, plus the photo, there was a time where you were unaccounted for between 12 and 3, right? I mean, there should be, right? So do I just present it here, now?
Objection!
No, I don't. Am I going about this the wrong way, perhaps? I mean, we can press this new statement as well. We've had the double press statements before in this series. And even if I don't get anything, like a new statement out of it, I would at least get some information. Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Whew. Well, that's yawn number 2. Now, do you understand, lawyer? No, how am I going to attack his alibi? Maya, what do you... Oh, right. She's kind of busy right now. What? Is there something on my face? No, not at all. Please don't talk like her. I'll just have to start chipping away at that statement about his alibi. Oh wait, Maya was not the one talking like that. That was Rafa talking like that. Oops. Okay, well, just past noon on the day before the rite, you were entertaining guests at your home. Between 12 and 3. And the estimated time of death was at... Oh, from 2 to 3. But the time of death was estimated to be from 12 to 3, so that's, you know, an entire hour. So do I present this here? I'm going to. I'm saying that now. I'm going to present this here. I don't care if I think of something partway through this, because I want to get this off of the table at the very least.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, that was wrong. I thought it was wrong, which is why I'm not embarrassed. You can trust me on that. I'm not embarrassed or ashamed to have gotten a 3rd game over in one trial. But now that I think about it, this is undoubtedly the worst trial I have had so far in this entire series. I don't think I have gamed over 3 times on a single trial, ever. I think it's been at most... I think it's been 1 at most, actually. In fact, in the previous game, taking damage was rare, I think. Well, not rare, but... I mean, you know what I mean. It didn't happen much, because the previous game was pretty easy, all things considered. Oh, it's going to make me go through all this dialogue again. Well, that's just more time for me to think and talk. Because verbalizing, or vocalizing... What does verbalizing even mean? Vocalizing my thoughts is a good way to organize them. So, he's occupied from 2 to 3, not occupied from 12 to 1, which is also within the time period that we're trying to inspect. When is his thing? His is later. Yeah, May 10th. So well within. So there's nothing there. Whoa, 30 on. Wow, that's pretty rare. Anyway, yeah. So his murder is pretty irrelevant right now. And the newspaper is from the day after, right? It's from the day after. And none of that's particularly important at the moment. Yeah, no, you're not planning to make contact with the prisoner yet. Because it's the 8th, we're discussing the day of the 8th. So that's also irrelevant. That's irrelevant, right? Yeah, well, okay, well, this is actually important. I need to remember that this exists, because this is going to come up in a second. Maya's statement. But we still haven't used it. So it has to come up against him, if it's going to be used. Well, I'm assuming the letter just sort of encompasses every piece of it. So we can just say that he put that in his house. That'd be easy enough. That's irrelevant for now. It could come up because it has the similarity to Steel Samurai in it. But unless... Yeah, no, I don't think that's it right now. This is irrelevant then right now because that's for his murder, not the Zealot's murder. That's related to Zealot's murder, but it's after the murder, so it doesn't matter, because Charis is already dead. Taurus is already dead. Taurus is already dead again. The autopsy reports is good. This is irrelevant. This is potentially useful, I guess. Believe's statement. This family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. Well, I guess that could be it. Because even though I presented this, which shows that there's an hour where he was unaccounted for, this statement, or this photo, accounts for him during that hour. Because all this other information is irrelevant, because it's either up the mountain in the hideout, or just something that hasn't come up yet. Yeah. Oh, okay, so this is going to be used... no. We'll keep that one to myself for now. So, I think we just use Believe's statement, right? But to prove that he... Oh, no, but that doesn't... that just reinforces his his alibi. Because he needs to be clear from 12 to 3. He is clear from 2 to 3 already. Right? I believe so. Did he eat twice? That's odd. Family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with ginjal. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite, and must be finished before 3 p.m. the same day. Yes. I'm going to present this. I think it's wrong. Because I don't really see how it can connect. But I need to present something. Just to make some sort of progress. To get me thinking differently about this. How exactly are we going to go about this? Oh, geez, it's been 4 hours. I mean, I sort of expected that, but Oh, I hit the wrong button. But I didn't realize it's been so long. No. Stop thinking about that. Think about the mystery. Yeah, get through that dialogue that we accidentally clicked on. The issue is going to be with this last statement. They're there from 2 to 3. And... I don't know. Did I present the family photo already? I feel like I did. I mean, I can do it again, just in case, because I really don't remember. You know what? It makes me upset. It probably makes other people upset to see me do this if I've already done it. But I'm going to do it, just in case. Good. Now it's fresh in my memory that I have already presented the 3 pieces of evidence that relate to him being at dinner with his family. In which case, we can start looking for a new angle. What would that new angle be? Well, I mean, I could press one more time in order to get a refresher on what... Well, Phoenix doesn't actually have anything to say, because he looks to Maya and she's not there. And whenever I press this, it just talks about the judge corroborating his story, right? Yes. I mean, we can try it one more time, just in case I'm misremembering it. Yep, okay, this is in fact the one I'm remembering. And they're talking about how the clocks are all correct. What exactly went wrong there? It is a pretty good, I admit, it's a good alibi. Probably one of the better ones we've seen so far in this game. Especially since I didn't instantly crack it. Guests that day were His Majesty, irrelevant, and his family, irrelevant. They visited from 2 to 3 p.m. And we are saying that Zealot died... Oh. Well. Press the first statement. Okay, I'm going to do that. But I just realized this entire time I've been misinterpreting this autopsy report. It says 12 to 3 p.m., but we had that entire segment where we're talking about how that's wrong because it was buried in snow. Hence why it now says in parentheses, based on divination seance. I'm going to press that first statement, like you suggested, because you have been nothing but helpful, which I appreciate.
Hold it!
But I'm beginning to see where I went wrong. You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Khura'in itself you wish to ridicule? Like, come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We've had plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace, I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Well, I assume he's going to be talking about his rebel involvements, since the rebels are all about changing the legal system, right? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepared himself for something like this. Now, just past... Okay, so, getting away from that... Oh, because that was an entertaining press, don't get me wrong. I do want to connect back to how I've been mistakenly assuming that the death occurred between 12 and 3, even though it could have occurred... I just argued myself in a circle. I said it could have occurred earlier because he was buried in snow. But at the same time, I'm saying he was alive at 12 because he's in the photo. What am I trying to argue there? And how did it take me so long to catch that? Well, I'm not sure. But, just in case, we're going to press the other statements because we haven't pressed everything in this loop. And if this is a press everything situation, it is important to get that out of the way. Now, I think, with that being said, the only thing we haven't pressed is this statement. We have already read. This is just a thing that says that it was the judge present. And we pressed it in the previous iteration before we game overed. So I'm not going to bother reading it. Yep, there he goes. He screams at me. I mispronounced the word because I'm confused why there's no P on it. We flash back. Yep. And then it ends, right? Oh, it was a press everything situation. I am extraordinarily sorry to anyone here, because I could have solved that the first time around, if I had realized I never pressed the first statement. Oh boy, that's embarrassing. Oh, now I am embarrassed about getting that game over. How terrible. Talk to get rid of it. As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or, do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? You always press everything? Yeah, I did that too in the earlier games, but like, every now and then I'd find a character that I did not particularly like, so I fell out of the habit of pressing everything. But yeah, no, it definitely is the way to get your worth out of these games. I mean, that's sort of a thing with every game. It's like Pokemon. Most people know Pokemon. When I play it, or at least when I played the 2D games, I talk to every single AI there, or not AI, but NPC there is, because that's how I get my worth out of the games. And I would do it in the new games if the new games were good. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? Ah, His Majesty's a witness? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inmi's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Well, I was arguing that there is not an hour, but maybe 30 minutes where he's unaccounted for, where he could have done this. So I'm going to say yes. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the situations where you're supposed to say no. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well, then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what is wrong with his testimony. The prayer feast was short. Yeah. Right? No, I know, he knew the time of the crime. Well, what am I saying? He knew the time of the crime. Why would he know that? He's dead. He's dead, and the crime wasn't discovered until he came back. What? What am I doing? Man, look at me, getting hasty. Clicking on things before reading all my options. After Abbot Inmi was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it... And despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead. When you were still alive. Get back in there. Wait, I think I saw something just now. Wait, no, I must be imagining things. So, tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Why, we've been blessed with the High Spirit's We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. Oh, do you have something to say? Oh, he does. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kurayinist prayer. Huh? Oh, he does. Okay, well, I was saying that he has something to say because he didn't immediately chant, but I guess he is chanting anyway. Abbot Inmi was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? But I wasn't allowed to put the microphone in my inventory. I wasn't even allowed to, see it in the place. It would just sort of mention in a dialogue box. You never cease to amaze, Prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, I found a microphone that I wasn't allowed to put in my inventory, and I'm really gonna hang on to that. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device. That was a listening device? Yeah, it's a microphone, bud. It starts recording when it detects movement. And I heard such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff? Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. Oh, and this is how we're going to get the Steel Samurai thing to come up, I assume? The power of Kurainist prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Enmy to continue with his testimony. Whew. Very well. Here we go. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. Oh, are we actually going to go the wife route? Okay. I had to find some way to attack his alibi. Oh, if only Maya were here. I really had grown used to her. The writers were good at that. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Kurainist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare he suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Did that sound right? Now then. I think we should go for the man and woman quarreling, right? That seems like the obvious part. So we know what the loud noise was. Probably. Yes, let's press it. Let's press here. You heard everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. Yeah, I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by audio alone? Oh man, sorry about that. Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Kurainism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why? The warbad over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. Now, let's see. Well, we can also...
Hold it!
This definitely is a pressing situation, not a presenting. Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under these circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove? I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now, I will continue my testimony if I may. Now, the loud noise is obviously the thing slamming down, but I mean, I suppose we could... Wait. He didn't hear the alarm go off. Yeah. Okay, so how do I present that then? He didn't hear this, or the clock, either one. Do we have a copy of the Insight in here, perhaps? No, we don't. How odd. Well, if that's the case, there's a few possibilities. The first possibility is that we present this because it plays the theme. The second possibility is that we press everything, and in doing so, the what's it called? The tape is recovered. The third possibility is that we press it all, and then Rafa steps in. Okay, Rafa's not stepping in. That much is clear. I don't think she's probably still trying to collect herself because she's having a crisis. So she's not going to step in and give us a copy of the Insights. Whenever the person comes in with the recording, we are probably going to find out that it is a Steel Samurai audio, not this audio, which is either going to prove that it's his wife, or it's going to prove that it's him because he's married to the Steel Samurai fan. And let's see, in that case, yeah, no, we need to move on from this. So we're going to press everything in order to see if it moves us on like it did previously, and if it doesn't, I'm going to struggle and figure out what I need to present. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed. My wife, Believe, was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why, yes. She was in the kitchen, cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen, cooking without pause the entire day. So, the judge never saw Mrs. Inmee? Should I have Abbot Inmee add that to his testimony? Oh yes, absolutely. That is huge. I mean, I was sort of leaning on the wife theory, but that's really put me onto it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. Oh man, my voice is starting to give out, though. Now, if she was in the kitchen cooking the entire time, well, which piece of evidence do I have that contradicts that? This isn't really an issue, because this was happening before this. Believe's statement. Well, they were there from 2, so that's fine, I guess. Zealot's autopsy report, yep. I suppose it probably would be either the family photo or the statement, right? The family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. By who? We can assume it's a timer, but we can't be certain because the level of technology in these games is extraordinarily inconsistent. Oh my god, that's the key. That's the key in the back. How did I not... I mean, what? Huh? I'm surprised I didn't notice that. But that's distracting me. Yeah. What was I even saying? Yeah, so... Yeah, I'm going to assume it's a timer photo. Even though... Well, not even though, but rather because technology is inconsistent in this series. Now, for Believe's statement... It could be this. It could be this. But that would imply that she never got a chance to eat it herself, right? Well, I mean, I guess she had some time to prepare it for herself. But she clearly wasn't there. Why don't we press this? How about, yeah? And what was your wife making that day? The menu that they featured Hatten Supais and Mel Tenmot. They are both traditional Kurahinese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. The exquisite zest of Hatin supais and the supreme texture of Melton malt. Oh, it's melting in your mouth. Okay, got that one. Not sure what the other one is, though. It's something surprise. Lady and me's cooking. That day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once his magistrate and his family had left... Yep. You had done that. And the only thing I haven't pressed here is this, so I might as well press it, just to get it out of the way. Because we've learned our lesson at this point, haven't we? I would hope so. The loud noise, I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealots. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that to his testimony? Go ahead, why not? Please, add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. Okay, we have two options now. Oh, I accidentally looped around. Yeah, I should probably read this as well. So, all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape, and he was with his magistrate and his family at the time. Now that I have proven the soundness of my alibi, I believe it is about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? I better find a way to attack his alibi soon. I'll just have to press him harder and hope something useful comes out. Yeah. It is definitely a pressing situation. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. A terrible crash, you say? Well, I suppose that fits. Let's press it anyway. You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes. The sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I feel the voice I have given this character is rather inconsistent. I would ask all here today to give a prayer to his departed soul. Zushire Matami Yoma. Are they chanting? No, they're chanting incoherently. Okay, I just wanted to see before I started talking there. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Zushire Matami Yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot Inmi. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after his majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So, when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that's how it appeared that day. So, the stone slab had been put back in place. But what about the statue? Was it covered in blood? Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I just need a little more time. If you insist. Now, yes, show me that statement about how it looked exactly the same. Will you? Oh, and I accidentally looped all the way through. That's not what I was trying to do. That was a mistake. Entertaining his family. Yep. Wife was in the kitchen. Listen to the tape. Sounded like an altercation. Loud noise followed by a haunting silence. Wait. There's no spot to present the new information. It is just as Abbot Inmi saw after the incident. Well, I mean, the issue there is that he would have seen the giant bloodied statue. Because the blood has already been splattered at this point. So, but where do I press that? Or not press, but present. I don't think any of this immediately points that out. In which case, I think I'm going to have to press that last statement again, right? Why was it not added to his testimony? It seems so odd. We've seen this dialogue. Let's speed through it. I'm just trying to get a little glimpse of it to make sure it is the same. Yep, it's the same. But why exactly did it not get added? Oh, and now we're not even talking about how he went there. It's just been updated. Okay, well, why don't we see this? A photo of the secret rebel hideout is just as Abbott and me saw it after the incident. Okay, after the incident, well, the microphone, which we cannot see, is in place. The candles are lit. Presumably, they were at different heights then. The stone pillar is up. The hands are. Oh! No. No. Hold on. Maya's statement said the water was red. But where do I present that? See, now we have two issues. It would not have been the same. The water was red with blood, and the statue was covered in blood. And yet I don't have anywhere to present either of those. Where exactly do I bring this up? Okay, not your wife. It's not when you're listening to the tape and you hear people fighting. It's not you hearing well, it's not you like specifying who's talking, because we know that's a lie, but we don't have anything to prove it. A loud noise followed by haunting silence. Well, that's... And also, a noise with a terrible crash. Would it not have produced... Oh, what? Okay, it's just as Abbott and me saw it after the incident. That is the new information we got. And I feel like I'm fixating on it when I'm not supposed to. We can look through the second page again, because the second page is the only one that has relevant information to Zealot's death. But even then, none of this is particularly important, because it doesn't have to do with the room, the photo, the hideout. Okay, we have. Okay, let's think. Abbott in me claims the hideout was the same. We know that is a lie, but we cannot present it. He claims that he heard a man and a woman fighting, but he does not mention hearing the plumed whatever theme song. So we know that's a lie. His wife does not have an alibi. So we know that she was definitely there, right? So the wife was there. She was probably playing the Steel Samurai song, since we were not able to focus on that insight earlier. And that's going to be the damning piece of evidence. I don't know where the book comes in so far. This is probably going to be just like the final piece of evidence that we present, in order to just sort of, like, I don't know, there's going to be some conflict, and this is going to solve it, because of the way it's worded, okay? Because those who would support criminals will be deemed as just guilty. Someone's going to support him, and this is going to shut them up, probably. Don't know where this is going to come in. It probably is just to let us know that the spirit cannot have been channeled, because we cannot see the face, even in the secret tome. The Leib's statement right now is irrelevant. So is the family photo. So is the autopsy report. We've determined all that irrelevant. So what exactly have I thought up wrong here? Entertaining his magistrate and his family? That's good. It's good. Wife was in the kitchen. I mean, we know that's a lie because she wasn't seen, but we're just gonna have to go with that for now, unless we want to press it again. Okay, nope, that's the same thing from last time. The next one is... When you listened to the tape, you heard a man and a woman quarreling.
Hold it!
Did you hear anything else? How about that? Can you tell me that? Heard everything from recording? Yes, indeed. You'd always check it at night. And you can, yep, and then you talk about how you can hear the bird in the bazaar all the way from here. Gotcha. So, it sounded like an altercation between the two. Why would it even be an altercation if... I guess because Maya is trying to take out rebels, according to your theory. Which is still kind of silly to me. But then again, no, I am just a bit biased on that. So, I guess it's a fine theory. But, it sounded like an altercation. And you didn't hear anything else? You sure? Hold on, yeah. Was it really them? Yeah, and you just shut up and just continue. Yep, yep. And you heard a loud noise.
Hold it!
Oh, wait. Would it be a crashing noise? It wouldn't be a crashing noise, would it? Because he fell on the statue? Right? Statue wouldn't make a crashing noise, really? I mean, I guess... Okay, let me imagine real quick. So, this guy, big squishy water bag that's fantastic at dampening impact and sound, has just fallen backwards on a spike that is going to make basically no sound as it pierces through him other than the bones cracking. Which, you know, they did, because it went through his spine. Now, that's not going to be picked up. But when it comes to the sound of the big mossy rock, the big mossy rock didn't fall over. Nothing around it was broken, right? The rock wasn't broken, the stools are in place. Where's the blood at? Yeah, no, the blood is there. In which case, I think I present the statue on the terrible crashing sound, right? I mean, I feel like, this is wrong, but I don't have anywhere else to go off of this.
Attention!
Yeah, that's wrong. Okay. Well, we have one more chance before we're, what? I don't know, remember, like 5th game over at this point? The point is we're not doing great. And I don't think it's going to improve. Well, it's going to improve, because I figured out everything else in this trial. In fact, if I could say what I wanted to, which is unrealistic, I could solve this. Assuming I'm not a madman who is operating off of false assumptions. It must have felt so heavy. Yep. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Okay. Does this say when it was heard? Pressing it, plays it, and it describes the difference, and says that the watch was exchanged. You know? I think that I don't think I can do this. No, I think I've been defeated. So what is this? Game 6, Chapter 3, Day 2, Trial... No, Day 3, Trial, Section 2. Yeah, that's the exact, or near exact address of this situation I'm currently in. So I think I'm going to have to look that up. It won't give me any spoilers, because the walkthroughs for this game are thankfully very kind. But I am... This game has definitely beat me down. This is the second time this one game has made me check a guide, which is horrible, to say the least, because I haven't had to do this on any of the other games. The most I've had to do on any of the games was once, and I think I only had to do it on 2 of the games. So let's see. Present the rebel hideout photo in the last statement. That's it. That's it. I was on the right track. That it wouldn't have made a big loud noise like that. But it was because of this. Okay, well, I'm disappointed in myself. But I can't really do much about that now, can I? Abbott in me, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbad statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her Benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude that the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying the High Priest knew. He knew the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. Did I misread that? No, I didn't. Oh, get back in. I definitely saw it that time. I got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots. Or should I say sandals. Need I remind you, Abbott Inmee was with his magistry at the time of the crime? Such an alibi precludes him from being such a killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew Zealot was killed, something only the killer can know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Trying to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. Yeah, that's right. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but that's the only possible explanation. So, tell us, who is the real killer? It's got to be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is Believe in Me. Your Magistry, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmee at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No. We were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inmee might have killed Acolyte Zealot. Man, this is just like horrible for this whole family. I mean, I guess they were probably like put together from the beginning, but still. You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless accusation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmee could have been the one posing as Lady Kira. Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. But are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmee killed her husband as well? Yes, as sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Ka! You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, And that she slew both the zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. I have never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inmi stated, and the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now, apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inmi. Your wife, Lady Inmi, killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... Oh. You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inmi. What? What do you mean? Surely, the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then, have you figured it out as well, Abbot Inmi? May I ask you explain to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how my efface that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Well, they're going to say that she is channeling the actual Lady Kira, but it's not possible, because even though she does know the name, she doesn't have the face. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Faye, who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. Do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated the rebels one after another. Indeed, I am living, or shall I say, dead, proof of her terrible power. Maya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Well, she doesn't have the face, that's how. I think I'm gonna have to press first, though, in order to get to that part. Oh, hold on, I need to get a drink of water. Okay, there we go. Close that up. Now let's start looking. She knows Lady Kira's true name, so yep, go ahead, press that. You know, while it's true she may have been able to while it's true she may have been man, come on, third time's a charm. While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat? It would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend has been channeled? The real Lady Kira of legend. That's an oxymoron if I've ever heard one. Then again, the people of Khura'in believe legends to be true. Okay, well, pressing that didn't do anything for me, so I think I'm just gonna have to go right out and present it. Let me just double check what it says. The priestess acting as Lady Kira representative must know her real name. Don't speak it. And it shows a photo of her with the mask on still. Now, I don't think I have anything in my arsenal here that would point to the conversation I had with Rayfa regarding how you need to have a face. Which means the tome is the only thing there. Oh, I could? Should I? I'll play it safe. I'll play it safe. I'm gonna press everything, and if I don't find anything new there, I'm going to present, okay? We're doing it the safe way.
Hold it!
My client channeled Lady Kira? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I am here proves she has the power to channel spirits. But you have no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do. Okay, then he brings up the name, even though there's a lack of face. Still. Lady Kira is an actual person? Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? One capable of battling rebels much bigger and stronger than herself? There is no way to prove that. But to doubt the existence of Lady Kira is to doubt Khura'in'ism itself. It is not for us to question. We must simply believe. Yeah, how dare you doubt our legends? You will regret saying that, you Polkunkan? Polkunan? I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. I won't get anywhere until I can refute their claims with some evidence. Yep. And then the last one, which I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of. A strength far beyond any mortal woman, and just how strong would that be? You need but look at the wound she inflicted upon my body. Though I had hoped to never have to think about that again. Your wound? It was pretty deep, and there was a tremendous amount of blood. And while Acolyte Zealot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Kira. Maya's spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira? This is not good. The proof she didn't channel the original Lady Kira. Okay, yep, I think we just present the Sacred Tome, right? Let's see. There. This could be it. This could be a game over. Let's go ahead and try it. Okay, good, it's right. It's gonna point to my conversation. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs a purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Abbot in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What's nonsense? Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. And point at the face. Perfect. Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. No, not a third time. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. You... And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in their paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? And let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Enemy was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Arball is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with, Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know what you have to say. Know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats up to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please, go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Oh boy. So... I still think it's Belieb. But it could have been Poray. I mean, if we look at our brief, little monologue Phoenix has, I thought Miss Enemy was suspicious because of her pregnancy takes her out of the running, and Mr. Arball is a rebel. So that seems to suggest that it is Poray, Zealot, who was, you know, the guy. But that doesn't really say... okay, no, but that doesn't make sense, because he died first. He died first, which still leads me to think it's Belieb. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. This is the thing I've been, arguing about forever now, and it was wrong. It was wrong. Well, you know, I was proposing that theory for a while, and even though Phoenix himself shot it down by saying that she was pregnant, I wanted to go with it anyway, because it was the thing that made sense to me. Because why did she not appear the entire time that his Majesty was over? Why does she have the bracelet? Why does she... well, I guess... Hold on. So... she's still involved in the murder. She's just not the Lady Kira figure. Hold on. Lady Kira figure. I mean, is it just Zealot? It could just be Zealot, which would be weird. It'd be really weird. But I do have enough light to guess that. Because the only two options are Zealot or Enemy. But why would it be Zealot? Well... Taurus Enemy was killed by a figure posing as Lady Kira, who was not his wife. It was also not Poray, because Poray was, dead. And it also was not Dats Arball, according to Phoenix, because he is a rebel and it doesn't make sense. The only people who really it could be... I mean, it's not Rafa, because that's assuming a 12-year-old did all this. Because this started 2 years ago. I don't want to say it was Prey, but he does... I don't want to. No, I don't want to. Was Taurus... Okay, hold on. Well, how was Taurus killed, anyway? I've already forgotten about that. Because Poray was pushed onto the statue by Taurus, and then the body was hidden, or well, he not necessarily by Taurus, but he was killed by someone by being pushed onto the statue. His body was hidden in the snow until the next day, where he was taken down and stabbed and put into the praying pose. That's him solved, mostly. Now, we are assuming Taurus is the one who did this, which is fine. It could have also been the wife. I'm still hung up on that. But either way, it doesn't matter, because the next day, whenever the body was in place, Taurus went up there. He was doing the right. He turned around, and someone had appeared in a Lady Kira outfit, presumably coming out of the secret room, and stabbed him in the gut, and he died. Right? Or was it the other way around? It doesn't really matter which way around it was, because I think I should just take the shots, right? At this point, if my reasoning is not getting me anywhere, I just start taking shots, see where it lands. Okay, it is him, but he was dead when Taurus got killed. The true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira we seek is Purée Zealot. What is this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace. I say peace. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least, I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inmee or any of the other possibilities. That leaves us Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. Oh, okay. Well, I gotta prove the thing I wasn't sure about now. That's certainly one way to go about it. Where do I go to prove this? Well, let's see. Oh, it's the letter. Right, because only he could have gotten in.
Take that!
This is what proves Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer, and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmee, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmee is a rebel? What? A fiend. You are still bent on casting suspicion on my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. This means all of the evidence linking her to the crime has been called into question. Was Lady Envy a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideouts? Yes, but what of it? Oh, so that's it. What's gotten into him? Oh, that was a real cough. Abed Inmee, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher o'clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. But what makes you say that? The clock was working just fine last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! What? Oh, Phoenix, your posture. You gotta fix that, my guy. In that case, I am sad to say the defense's claims does not hold water. Would you care to respond to Mr. Wright? This can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. That plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by the way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in Me was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... we set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched into my mind. They went... Oh, well, I didn't expect... I didn't expect him to give it away like that. I thought we were going to have to wait until the audio tape actually made it back to us. The distinctive taiko drums in the intro. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means. And let us also return Abbot Inmi's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Oh, Phoenix, thank you for putting it together. Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty? Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? You writhe in the defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul, writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with this statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Yep, there it is. A fantastic ripoff if I've ever heard one. Are we just gonna listen to the whole thing? Okay. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the plumed Punisher theme song. Well, I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. Oh, peace, I say. Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The plumed Punisher theme is total it's heavily inspired. If you didn't know about the theme's Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no, you have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid plumed Punisher fan here in Kurain, and as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the plumed Punisher strap. And this, avid plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealots? Yes, and that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared. To turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I'd better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well, then. Please, present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Inmee was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. The photo, yes?
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmee and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Right down here.
Take that!
Blink. Look at Mrs. Inmee's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Fourth time, the unlucky number. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott Inmee. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Mrs. Inmee had a samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmee was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. And it's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. Well, we have evidence on the way that will either corroborate or disprove that statement. Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There was a big, gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big, gaping hole? Oh, no. I'm afraid it is there, all right. Just like the big, gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie, after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He, who is narrow of vision, focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or, as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For, if it is as you said, and Lady Inmee the rebel slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel-hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. That means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel-hunting Lady Kira. How could I have missed that? So, tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No! Well, I'm not entirely certain, to be clear. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now, let it go, and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priests. Oh, here we go. This section. We're at the end. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest, so the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence tells me more about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony, because there was already blood. Oh, right. Maya said that the spring had already been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of zealous blood. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood flowed into the spring. Well, wait a second. The High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. And why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideout hidden, yeah? If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would have found out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risks having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? To set up the scene? The scene? Does he mean moving the body? Probably. Right? Yeah. Okay, we're doing this. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how is he planning on concealing the source of blood in the spring? Oh. Did he kill himself? Well, I suppose that is, like, the best way to throw a wrench in any detective's plans. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. Oh, dang. I don't think I would have predicted that in a million years, eh? A suicide. I was not expecting that from this game, huh? I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Yeah, wow. He's a really good actor. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? Oh, the fifth time, good. What? Well, what's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I've never heard of anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid, gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadmati says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before Wright. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the Inner Sanctum. It was... Yeah, Tars died by a different weapon. Of course, that's it! What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... what does that mean, actually? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the Inner Sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial this far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what killed the High Priest. It's the statue, yeah? I mean, we haven't even used this piece of evidence, even though we got it. What really killed him had been at the Inner Sanctum all this time, and its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbat statue. Polkunka! There we go. I think we've won at this point. You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbot Inme? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Oh? Oh? Lady Inme. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot Inme, let your wife speak. No, Lady Inme, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Pere was slain. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I, too, like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not of what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. No. Ah! Hey, don't rip out Maya's hair. Ah! The Abbot Inme. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending to the High Priest, so there is no need to fear. Now, let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inme, would you please tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Datz's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared? Yes. Pere was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inme. So, the true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira was Pere Zealot? Yes. He was a member of the Secret Police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The Secret Police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the Secret Police to deal with us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act. Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I've got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you, 'cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No! This can't be! My father would never! Oh, Rafa's back. This must be pulled out of the blue for Rafa. I don't even know when she got back. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Kurainist clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Peace! Now, Lady Envy, please continue. Prey suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Abbot Envy, are you sure you're all right now? I am sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain zealots, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So, you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Oh, my original theory. It's just that it wasn't not administered through incense. It was administered through food or drink. But then, I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbad statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Fey's own hands. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sanmari, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what this has to do with his suicide. In Kurain, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbad statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers, despite her being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Poor Rafa. She is really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What have I done to you, Acolyte Faye, is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty? Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence. It is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of Parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence. Please, allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Inmee. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Oh, is it out of energy now? That was a very touching scene. I should just know, since I was quiet the whole time. Farewell, my darling Taurus. But I am interested that it stopped glowing. Why is that? The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great! I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. But what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Oh, yeah, with Misty and 3-5. Yeah, this game, how do I explain this? It suffers from, even though it has fantastic moments like that, it does somewhat suffer from something I see commonly in mystery games, where the victims are so rarely like thought of in any emotional way because like obviously Phoenix is a professional and Maya deals with the dead. They aren't the type to be easily shaken. Well, Maya kind of is, but not really. And this is the case with a lot of mystery games, where you have either characters who are used to it, or you have characters who are overly focused on the crime and the killer. So you don't get any sort of development with the victims, which is a real shame. Because I've seen times like this where they do develop the victims, and it's fantastic 9 times out of 10. It's just something that they don't do that much because most of the time, once someone's dead, they're dead, and anyone related to them is too filled with grief to give anything more than the bare minimum. Great scene though. If I had a disposition for crying easily, I probably would be, but tears do not physically flow from me very easily. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix writes, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict, and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright not guilty. Ah, there we go. Wonderful. Oh, and we get the petals and the butterflies instead of the confetti. I forgot about that. Oh, okay. How wonderful. Wow, this has gone on a whole lot longer than I thought. Hasn't it? Yes. Well, we're not going to rush it. We are going to properly do this little epilogue. But after that, we're probably just going to get off without much of note. Because like I said, this has gone a lot longer than I thought it would. And I have a lot... Speaking of 3.5, I recommend Crown of Pencil's short fanfic The Dry Branch, set the day after its end on Archive of Our Own. Well, I will check that out, because even though I'm not going to have time to stream over the next week and a half to 2 weeks that I'm on break, I'm going to have plenty of time to read. So I'll, if I get to that and I see you pop up in chat someday, I'll probably bring it up. So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it's even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence? Huh? What? I was, just wondering, are you alright? Quiet, you! How could I possibly be alright? Oh, okay. Interesting. I mentioned earlier that we were either going to get Fangirl Rayfa or Depressed Rayfa. We might be getting Depressed/Rebellious Rayfa instead. I was not anticipating that. Yes, depressed in front of us, slightly rebellious, or maybe even more depressed in front of Father. Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insights underfoot, and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Ooh, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rayfa. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of Mitama. Oh, who's this? That's where you're wrong, Your Benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess, beset by a lowly outsider? Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that, huh? Listen, Your Benevolence, you were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of Royal Priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of Royal Priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all the things you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my own village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, Your Benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. I guess it shouldn't be surprised, though I feel like that should have been localized to village chief instead. Considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence. The barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of all of it. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your Benevolence, as Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Oh, well, that was loud in my ear. What was that? It came from the hallway. Smoke! We better go check it out, hurry! Mrs. Inmate. Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. Oh? What's she doing? Oh, what? I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady Inmate, we got... Lady Inmate, we gotta hurry. That voice. Is that Mr. Arbol? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We will have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Well, hey there, PW. I wish we had more time to talk, but Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Huh? Oh, wait, I need to give him a voice now. Okay. If he speaks, that is. Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk? Okay, don't give him a voice now. Save that for next time. After him! Don't let him get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Well, we thought that in, Apollo Justice with the jury system. I'm still hung up on that. I'm gonna mention that at least 100 more times. I'm still upset. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw in the Plumed Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Oh, is it going to end there? On an upbeat note like that? Oh, it is. Alright, well, that was a fantastic chapter, and it was also the most challenging one so far in this game. Yeah, that is, without a doubt. It really kicked my butt. What was that? 5 game overs, I think? Well, let's hope it keeps that up in the future trials, because even though I, do get frustrated at it, I like it. Also, thank you, Game Menu, for telling me we're going back to Athena Apollo next chapter. I kind of figured that, but it's nice to have confirmation. Anyway, next stream, because we're gonna do the end of this quickly, because I have to be gone soon. But next stream, probably, and between 1.5 and 2 weeks later, unless things go really, really well for me, in which case it will be Saturday. That seems appropriate. Definitely not happening before that. I need all the time I can get this week, really. In fact, I probably should have been doing stuff today, but I guess I am going to be doing stuff today, just immediately, as soon as I hit end. So, with that being said, thank you all for tuning in. This has been Sigurd Scuffed, and I am signing off.